Chapter 74, Iron's Word Line. It would be a miracle not to attract attention, getting involved in a robbery in the middle of the bustling trade area. As expected, just after Iron's Word Lion finished speaking, a crowd of players surrounded them to get in on the fun. Huh, isn't that Iron's Word Lion from Marshall Union? Is he awesome or something? You don't say. Why don't you look at his level and equipment? He's one of the rare few level 5 experts, and he is wearing at least 6 pieces of bronze equipment. I've also seen the weapon in his hand before. It's called Knight's Longsword, a very awesome weapon amongst level 4 bronze weapons. Moreover, he previously killed a lot of players outside the town, earning him a lot of glory. Che, they're just relying on numbers to bully others. How can that even be considered being skillful? If they're that good, they should fight those large guilds. At most, they can only bully newbies. They're even asking that guy for 20 silver coins. Isn't that just going overboard? Gaming experts would only have 3 or 4 silver coins on them, not to mention carrying 20. They are clearly forcing him into a corner. Shh. Speak softer. That Iron's Word Lion isn't bullying people with numbers. His strength is the real deal. Previously, he was a top-tier expert in a wuxia virtual reality game, but he was compelled to transition to God's domain. Yesterday, he kill-stealed outside of town with other players and single-handedly defeated all 4 of them. Those 4 players were not noobs but gaming veterans. They are stronger than us by at least a few leagues. If Iron's Word Lion were to hear you, then tough luck, buddy. At that time, your only way out would be to delete your account and start all over again. Listening up to this point, the surrounding players all sucked in a breath of cold air. They no longer dared spout baseless gossip, their eyes sending pitiful gazes toward Shifeng. Of all the people Shifeng could provoke, he had chosen to provoke an expert. Moreover, an expert that covered up the shortcomings of his subordinates. Unless Shifeng deleted and recreated his account, he would definitely have to pay the 20 silver coins. However, leveling up to level 4 was a difficult task. If Shifeng chose to delete his account, then 2 days of his effort would be wasted. The average person would rather pay up than delete their accounts. This guy is just meeting one misfortune after the other. If it were normal times, he would just have to spend a few credits to collect the 20 silver coins. Now, however, not only are the prices for God's domain game currency ridiculously high, but it is also extremely hard to buy any. Right? Seeing such a high buying price, even I am thinking of selling my game currency. However, going with this trend, the prices will still increase in the future. I want to stock up a little more, putting them up for sale later on. Just as the surrounding players were lamenting over Shifeng's bad luck, at a stall by the street, several players were quietly watching Shifeng. These players all wore luxurious equipment on their bodies, and each of them carried a faint smile on their faces. Brother Stabbing Heart, should I go lend a hand? That way, Yifeng will have to owe us a favor, a male cleric that resembled a skinny monkey asked as he looked at Stabbing Heart. Stabbing Heart fell into deep thought. He felt that the cleric's words were logical. Indeed, Shifeng had very powerful techniques, and he was also acquainted with a great character like the Snow Goddess. However, Iron's Word Lion was a brutish expert. He also had the support of his guild. Overall, Shifeng was definitely in a disadvantageous situation. If Stabbing Heart were to lend Shifeng a helping hand, Shifeng would definitely be grateful to him. The favor of a great expert was extremely valuable. Often, a great expert such as Shifeng was necessary for clearing a large dungeon. However, without good relations, such experts would usually pay zero heed to invitations, and some would go so far as to look down on them in contempt. Who did you think you are? Have you not received any education? Go, we definitely must go. However, let us wait for a while. Our value will only stand out in a crucial moment. It is also a good chance to let those plebeian guilds know of our might, Stabbing Heart softly said, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. After spending so many years within the virtual gaming world, Stabbing Heart understood a single principle. Every additional expert he befriended was an additional path he could take in the future. What's more, Shifeng was a great, hidden expert that was acquainted with the Snow Goddess. If he were to antagonize instead of befriending Shifeng, he would be digging his own grave. He would be creating a great enemy for himself in the future. Alas, a small guild was doomed to remain a small guild. After mingling about for so many years, they did not even possess the eyesight to differentiate an expert from average players. It definitely wouldn't be long before natural selection eliminated them. When the moment came, Assassin's Alliance would kill the chicken to warn the monkey too, utilizing martial union to raise their influence in Red Leaf Town. Little fool, weren't you so awesome? How come you're acting like a fool now? I've said before that I would return, and when that time came, it would be your time of death. If you obediently hand over 20 silver coins right now, you can continue mingling about. Otherwise, delete your account and start all over again. Standing behind Ironsword Lion, Drifting Blood watched Shifeng stand there in silence. He felt immensely pleased with himself, thinking Shifeng had become afraid. However, such a reaction was only natural. Boss Ironsword's strength was a profound mystery, and even 10 of himself would not be a match to Boss Ironsword. If a mere leisure player like Shifeng were to meet the tyrannic Boss Ironsword, he might have already been shocked dumb. Enough, Drifting Blood. I'm not an evil tyrant, nor do I wish for more trouble. These 20 silver coins can be considered as a lesson to him. I want him to know who he should and should not provoke. Ironsword Lion looked Drifting Blood in the eye, then turned toward Shifeng and proudly said, "You don't have to worry either. I, Ironsword Lion, am a person who holds true to my words. Hand over 20 silver coins, and as long as you don't provoke martial union, we will not find trouble with you." Hearing Ironsword Lion say so, Shifeng really took out 20 silver coins from his bag. The silvery glow given off by the coins attracted people's hearts. At this crucial period of the game, 20 silver coins were extremely hard to procure, even if one spent credits to purchase them. As for taking out 20 silver coins in one go. Crap brat, you really are rich. So, what Drifting Blood said was indeed true. How about we become friends, and I'll cover for you in the future. Anybody who provokes you will be provoking martial union. Ironsword Lion was greatly shocked at seeing the 20 silver coins, gulping down his saliva. Even he did not possess 20 silver coins right now. He did not imagine that Shifeng, a leisure player, could bring out 20 silver coins. With that much money, Ironsword Lion would have much more confidence in competing for the Glimmer chestplate forging design. When the surrounding players saw all these silver coins, their mouths all gaped wide in shock. Shifeng was truly rich. He was definitely a tycoon. Some of the upper echelons of large guilds also had their eyes turn red after seeing this scene. Ironsword Lion's luck was truly good. He was able to meet a brother tycoon just by simply searching for a player. How could it be? From afar, Stabbing Heart's expression was one of incomparable shock after witnessing Shifeng's actions. However, what Stabbing Heart was shocked about was not the amount of money. Instead, he was shocked by Shifeng's unexpected action. Even if Shifeng could not win in a fight against martial union, this place was currently a safe zone. Nobody would dare to take action in here. After leaving the town with Shifeng's skills, escaping was definitely not a problem. So, just why did Shifeng compromise and offered up 20 silver coins? You wanted 20 silver coins, right? Shifeng asked Ironsword Lion with a smile. Let's trade. Noticing that he had lost his composure, Ironsword Lion immediately turned serious. Just as everyone was watching Ironsword Lion with envy, an incomparably pitch-black longsword pierced through the pit of Ironsword Lion's stomach. Ironsword Lion's HP was instantly reduced by over 100 points. Just as the person himself wanted to resist, he had discovered many chains binding him, preventing him from even moving a muscle. Shifeng calmly pulled the abyssal blade out from Ironsword Lion's stomach. He then followed up with a chop and an earth splitter, his sword slashing down on Ironsword Lion's body. As a result, Ironsword Lion's HP madly fell without any signs of stopping. The might of a magic weapon was incomparably shocking, even more so when coupled with a level 6 chop and a level 4 earth splitter. Killing a level 5 swordsman fully geared with bronze equipment was a truly simple matter, Not to mention that Shifeng had been the one to take the initiative and carried out a sneak attack. Even an expert would fall under such circumstances. These two attacks took all of Ironsword Lion's HP. Ironsword Lion did not even get the chance to retaliate before letting out a pitiful cry, his body falling to the ground, never to move again. Then his body turned into starlight, vanishing and leaving behind a piece of equipment. Who else wants it? Shifeng fixed his gaze on the members of Martial Union, giggling as he asked. The entire street of the trade area suddenly became deathly silent. Not a single person was able to mutter a word. Chapter 75. Money is a burden. Ironsword Lion died, just like that. This ending was the complete opposite of everyone's expectations. From the moment Shifeng's sword pierced Ironsword Lion's stomach to the moment of Ironsword Lion's death, everyone clearly witnessed Shifeng's every action. However, one thing that made everyone feel odd was that Shifeng's sword was not really that fast. From their perspective, even they could easily dodge Shifeng's sword. So, why couldn't an expert like Ironsword Lion? Ironsword Lion died without even being able to retaliate. Could it be, did Ironsword Lion just look impressive, but was actually a weakling? Was he just a paper tiger? However, everyone immediately denied such a silly notion in their hearts. Ironsword Lion's equipment was not fake. Him being level 5 was not fake either. He was a genuine expert. However, how could an expert fully geared in bronze equipment, whose defense and HP far outstripped the average player, be killed so easily? It was truly inconceivable. Even if an average player were to attack Ironsword Lion madly, they would need quite some time before they could kill him off. However, Ironsword Lion was taken care of by Shifeng in only 2 moves. How horrifying of an attack power did Shifeng possess to achieve such a feat? Thinking up to this point, everyone felt utterly defeated. What fat sheep? What tycoon? The Shifeng before them was simply a devil wearing a human mask, giggling at them. Meanwhile, they had been completely oblivious to the truth. A cold chill suddenly flowed through their bodies, causing them to shiver. They no longer dared to look at Shifeng's smiling face. You're despicable. Drifting Blood retreated a few steps, his trembling finger pointing at Shifeng. Currently, Drifting Blood was facing incomparable shock in his heart. Compared to other people, he had a much greater understanding of Ironsword Lion's strength. Regarding Shifeng's strength, he had a deep experience and fear of it. He became even more frightened now that he was targeted by Shifeng once more. However, after having a better understanding of the situation, the place they were currently was a safe zone. What should he be afraid of? Suddenly, he laughingly said, "You're finished. Since you dared kill inside a safe zone, nobody will be able to protect you now. Just wait for the guards to come give you your sentence and lock you up." Everyone came to a sudden realization after hearing Drifting Blood say so. Previously, Shifeng sent all of them into shock. They had actually forgotten that this place was a safe zone and there were powerful guards protecting this place. Even if Shifeng was powerful, was he able to overpower the guards? In a moment, Shifeng would definitely be captured by the guards, falling to a miserable end. Truly a pity. However, he is truly courageous for killing someone inside a safe zone. It would still be worthwhile, even if he were killed by the guards and sent to closed confinement. Whatever the case, he was able to shine for a moment. He will still be a hero when he gets released tomorrow. So cool. Big brother expert, little sister knows how to warm beds. Please add me as a friend. Please help me level. I swear I'll be obedient. Amongst the players present, plenty started admiring Shifeng's courage. Not only did he dare to go against Martial Union, he even challenged the laws of Red Leaf Town. Shifeng was literally their idol. Quite a number of good-looking female players started looking up information about Shifeng. Some of them had even taken the initiative to send him a friend request, wanting to get to know him. At this moment, a team of heavily armored soldiers walked over. Drifting Blood pointed at Shifeng, laughingly saying, "Weren't you very awesome? I want to see what you're going to do this time. Not only are you going to lose a level, but you will also be confined for 24 hours. Even if you are an expert, You will be reduced to a second-rate player after being confined for a day. At that time, I'll be looking forward to how our martial union will take care of you. Whether you go up to heaven or fall to hell, nobody will be able to save you." A distance away, Stabbing Heart was currently feeling endless regret. Although Shifeng's series of actions just now looked to be slow, the feeling it gave off was extremely natural. His actions were as natural as breathing, not a hint of awkwardness about them. Stabbing Heart's admiration for Shifeng was even greater now. Shifeng's actions were the assassination techniques that Stabbing Heart pursued after. Average people would not understand what this represented. However, Stabbing Heart had played plenty of virtual reality games before, and he also had experience participating in fighting competitions. Hence, he understood just how powerful Shifeng's skills were. If it were the him of the past, Stabbing Heart would not feel anything special about Shifeng. However, he previously had the fortune of interacting with a martial arts master. That martial arts master previously mentioned such a situation. Battling itself was just the pursuit of the simplest method of slaughter. When such a technique was mastered to the extreme, others would be unable to feel any awkwardness about it. Instead, it would give off a very natural feeling. As for those experts who had reached such a level, all of them were extremely dangerous. That was because, even if they were to stand before you with a smile, slashing a blade across your throat and you clearly witnessed it all, you would still take it as a joke. So much so that you wouldn't even feel the danger that approached you. Your body would not react, and even until death, you would still be unaware of the attack. This was not some sort of profound technique. It was a kind of instinct that could only be learned after experiencing countless battles and training. However, such brutal training was not something the average person could go through. However, Shifeng had taken away Stabbing Heart's rare chance at making Shifeng owe him a favor. Stabbing Heart did not imagine Shifeng would be so decisive, killing Ironsword Lion with zero hesitation. How was he supposed to show off now? How was he supposed to find an opportunity to seek Shifeng's guidance now? Stabbing Heart had no ways to deal with the guards who just arrived. Regarding this situation, Stabbing Heart held bitter hatred towards Ironsword Lion. The person actually caused him to lose a good chance to ask for guidance. Wearing a silvery gray heavy armor, the guard captain walked up to Shifeng. The other guards surrounded him accordingly, causing the atmosphere of the street to become abnormally oppressive. "Mr. Guards, it was him who killed my big brother. You definitely must arrest him." Drifting Blood walked towards the guard captain, his face carrying a cold smile as he pointed at Shifeng, accusing. However, the guard captain paid no heed to Drifting Blood. Instead, his deep gaze shifted to Shifeng, a faint smile appearing on his face, saying, "Revered Lord Demon Hunter, this place is Red Leaf Town. According to the laws of the town, you have to pay the price for killing someone here. Otherwise, I can only invite you to make a trip to the confinement room." Everyone became dumbfounded after listening to the guard captain's words. Drifting Blood's mouth widened even more. It could fit 3 chicken eggs. What sort of situation was this? The guards did not actually kill Shifeng on the spot. Moreover, he would only be confined if he did not pay the fine. Was Shifeng the town mayor's son or something? No, that wasn't right. The town mayor was already dead. No one understood why the guards were so courteous today. When usually meeting them, not to mention a faint smile, they were gods of slaughter with grim expressions. "I only killed him because he threatened me. However, I am not an unreasonable person. Tell me, what price do I have to pay?" Shifeng nodded his head, calmly turning towards Drifting Blood and giving him a calm smile. Shifeng had his own reasons for daring to kill Ironsword Lion. Everyone else just recently entered God's domain, so they were still unfamiliar with the rules of the game. However, Shifeng had lived within God's domain for 10 years. He had long since memorized what actions he could and could not take and to what extent he could take them. Shifeng was currently a noble. His status far outstripped that of commoners. If he was not a noble, he might have just turned around and left without paying any attention to Ironsword Lion. At worst, he would just start an exciting battle if they were to meet outside the town. Who would win at that time was still an unknown. However, Shi Feng was now a noble. Even if he killed a normal player, the guards would not speak much of it, only requiring Shi Feng to pay a fine. As for how much he would have to pay, that depended on his identity and status. However, according to his own wealth, Shi Feng was still able to accept the fine. 2 silver coins. The guard captain straightforwardly said. Okay, got it. Here are 20 silver coins, keep them. Shi Feng did not imagine that it would be so cheap. Hence, he took out 20 silver coins and passed it to the guard captain. Lord Demon Hunter, what are you trying to do here? Looking at the 20 silver coins in his hand, the guard captain oddly asked. Nothing much. These people before me threatened me previously, so I still wish to kill a few more people. Take it as an advanced payment. The guard captain was stunned. Finished speaking, Shi Feng unsheathed the abyssal blade. He used the level 5 thundering flash, 3 streaks of thunder instantly piercing the bodies of Drifting Blood and the others. All of them were instantly killed, dropping quite a lot of equipment. Even till death, Drifting Blood had not reacted to what happened. At the same time, Shi Feng's green-colored player indicator had turned a devilish red. All of the onlookers were stupefied. Who was this Shi Feng? He was just too awesome. The players from Martial Union were most likely dumbfounded now. Shi Feng had simply spent 20 silver coins to purchase their lives. With money, you could do whatever you wanted. The more unfathomable thing was that the guard captain did not say a word about Shi Feng's actions. He only counted the number of players who died. Discovering that he had received 4 extra silver coins, he returned the additional silver coins to Shi Feng before he turned around and left. Chapter 76, Earth-Shattering Name. After getting rid of all of Martial Union's members, Shi Feng sealed the feud between him and Martial Union. However, Shi Feng did not regret his actions. Even if he turned and left just now, the players from Martial Union would not have let him go. So, he might as well weaken Martial Union's strength. He would have an easier time dealing with them the next time they met. Seeing several pieces of equipment on the ground without paying any attention to the shock and curiosity of the onlookers, Shi Feng went over and collected them. At the very least, these items could recompense the money he lost for purchasing lives. Oh, isn't this the knight's longsword? Shi Feng discovered that 2 pieces of bronze equipment dropped, and one of the 2 was the bronze weapon of Ironsword Lion. Perhaps Ironsword Lion was already spewing blood in anger in the graveyard right now. The knight's longsword was a good weapon amongst level 4 bronze equipment. In God's domain, equipment for weapons specialists and MTs were slightly higher than other equipment of the same level. Currently, the knight's longsword would be worth at least 10 silver coins. In addition to the other piece of level 3 bronze cloth armor and several pieces of common equipment. Shi Feng discovered that he actually did not take a loss. On the contrary, he had made an additional 1 or 2 silver coins. Just when Shi Feng was planning to leave, a change occurred to the gazes of the onlooking players. Greed permeated their faces. Shi Feng had easily taken care of Ironsword Lion. He even killed several elite players with a single move. Not even a ghost would believe that Shi Feng did not possess top-tier equipment. Moreover, Shi Feng was currently a red player. If a red player were killed, the penalty they received would increase. Moreover, Shi Feng had killed so many players. If he were to die, he would at least drop 3 or 4 pieces of equipment. So, what if the guards confined them for some time? Could it compare to obtaining top-tier equipment? If a noob wished to grow into an expert, having good equipment was a must. If they were to kill Shi Feng, they would have a chance at becoming an expert. So, why wouldn't they kill him, unless they were willing to remain mediocre? What? You guys are looking for trouble with me, as well? Shi Feng coldly laughed as he looked at his surroundings. It had been a while since he felt the sensation of being deep within enemy grounds. After receiving Shi Feng's cold glare, everyone inadvertently retreated. None of them dared to be the first to attack. They were all waiting for someone to attack first, then take advantage of the situation to reap benefits for themselves. All of you, get out of the way. Yi Feng is a friend of our Assassin's Alliance. Whoever looks for trouble with him will be looking for trouble with our Assassin's Alliance. At this moment, Stabbing Heart, along with a group of over 10 subordinates, created a path through the crowd as they headed towards Shi Feng. When the players who wanted to kill Shi Feng heard Stabbing Heart, every one of them were shocked. Who actually was Shi Feng? Not only did he possess formidable strength, but the Assassins' Alliance even protected him. The Assassins' Alliance was well known throughout Red Leaf Town. It was the sole second-rate guild in Red Leaf Town, and its members could be found throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. However, the core strength of the Assassins' Alliance was located around the area of White River City. Other guilds could not compare to its influence. If they were to become enemies with the Assassins' Alliance, they would really have to delete their accounts and start all over again. That was because the Assassins' Alliance was famed for their assassinations. The feeling of being targeted by a group of assassins, just thinking about it could make a person tremble with unease. With the appearance of the Assassins' Alliance, the surrounding players no longer dared to have ideas over Shi Feng. Since they could not fish up any advantages, everyone promptly left the scene. "Many thanks," Shi Feng said gratefully, looking towards Stabbing Heart. "Nonsense. With Brother Yifeng's strength, even if I didn't show up, they would still be helpless against you. I was just pushing the boat along the current." Stabbing Heart cupped his hands, saying in admiration, "Today, Brother Yifeng has really widened my horizons. Even I would find it hard to kill Iron's Word Lion. I did not imagine Brother Yifeng's skills to be so powerful as to get rid of Iron's Word Lion in just a few moves." "I was just lucky," Shi Feng calmly said with a smile. "Brother Yifeng really is humble. However, there is one matter that I can't make sense of. Why won't the guards find trouble with Brother Yifeng, even when you killed players in the safe zone?" Stabbing Heart had faintly guessed the answer already. However, he still did not believe that Shi Feng could accomplish it that quickly. "Nothing much. I only have such a special privilege because I just completed a quest and became a noble in Red Leaf Town." Shi Feng did not hide the truth from Stabbing Heart. He knew that he would not be able to hide it, so he might as well reveal a portion of the truth. As for the Demon Hunter title, he would still have to keep it a secret. Otherwise, it would be too eye-catching and attract unwanted trouble. Stabbing Heart's heart loudly thumped when hearing Shi Feng's explanation. His eyes stared at Shi Feng, mind-boggled. Assassin's Alliance had spent an unknown amount of effort to obtain reputation for Red Leaf Town. Yet, they only managed to obtain 10 reputation to date. Even Broken Wind, guild leader of the first-rate guild, Star River Federation, was only a first-class citizen, and there was still a long way to go before he became a noble. However, the Shi Feng before him was actually a noble already. The difference between them was just too huge. Originally, Stabbing Heart already had a high estimation of Shi Feng's strength. He truly did not imagine that he was still underestimating Shi Feng. However, according to his memory, he was acquainted with most of the top-tier experts that use swords. Even the ones he weren't acquainted with, he had at least met before. However, Shi Feng did not resemble any of the figures in Stabbing Heart's memory. However, the world was a wide place. There was bound to be some top-tier experts who hid from the world. Now that God's domain's influence was growing larger by the day, it wasn't particularly strange for these experts to enter God's domain as well. It was no wonder that the Snow Goddess acted extremely friendly when dealing with Shi Feng. Stabbing Heart guessed that Shi Feng was an extremely famous but hidden expert and that he was merely unaware of him. The earlier he tightened the connection with such hidden experts, the greater the aid it would be towards the guild's future development. Thinking of up to this point, Stabbing Heart smiled slightly. He felt his luck was good for discovering a top-tier expert like Shi Feng. Shi Feng, on the other hand, did not know why Stabbing Heart suddenly smiled. He took a glance at the street filled with guilds purchasing game currency, abruptly asking, "Brother Stabbing Heart, I wonder what has happened here? Why are there so many guilds trying to collect game currency?" "Oh, you don't know?" Stabbing Heart was slightly shocked, looking at Shi Feng with astonished eyes. This matter had already become well known amongst the players in White River City, so how could Shi Feng not know about it? Shi Feng shook his head, saying, "I've been doing my quest all this time, only returning now. So that's why. This matter has also only recently started." Stabbing Heart came to a realization. He then explained, "Not long ago, a glimmer chestplate forging design appeared on the auction house. You should know how good the attributes on the glimmer chestplate are. The usefulness of its forging design goes without saying. After all the guilds discovered its existence, all of them started competing over it. Our guild is no exception. Unfortunately, our guild's background is still slightly lacking, and Star River Federation won the forging design for 2 gold and 33 silver coins. Originally, our guild had already given up. However, it wasn't long before another glimmer chestplate forging design appeared on the auction house. That was the start of all the commotion. Every guild has started to madly collect funds, all of them wanting to bid on it. The bidding this time ended with the glimmer chestplate forging design being sold for 2 gold 51 silver coins. Nobody could have imagined that a third piece would have appeared right when many guilds were feeling disappointment. Right now, everyone is still bidding over the third piece. However, according to my estimates, the third piece will be sold at an even higher price. Only, nobody knows if there will be more of the forging designs up for auction, so I came here to collect game currency. Currently, everyone is guessing that Black Flame Forger is selling the glimmer chestplate forging designs. After all, bronze equipment forging designs aren't just cabbage, not to mention similar forging designs. Moreover, the Black Flame Forger was the one who previously sold glimmer chestplates. So, everyone inwardly understands that these forging designs are being sold anonymously by this Black Flame Forger. I have to admit that this Black Flame Forger's strategy is truly clever. Previously, he competed with hammer trading to reduce the price of glimmer chestplate. However, it turns out that his eyes were not set on the equipment, but on the current forging designs. Hammer Trading, who had competed with the Black Flame Forger, had thoroughly become insane as well. Although he declared that he would compete with the Black Flame Forger until one of them went broke, unfortunately for him, the Black Flame Forger no longer paid any attention to him. Currently, a lot of people wish to get in touch with the Black Flame Forger. Unfortunately, there is no way to contact that person. The Snow Goddess of Ouroboros even posted a thread on the forums, asking the Black Flame Forger to contact her. She wants to discuss the matters of cooperation and wants him to state his price without hesitation. With this, the Black Flame Forger had thoroughly become famous. Aside from White River City, the entire Star Moon Kingdom is currently discussing the Black Flame Forger. He is currently acknowledged as the #1 forger in all of Star Moon Kingdom. Stabbing Heart felt deep regret as he spoke. His expression revealed reverence towards the Black Flame Forger. So that's it. I wonder if Brother Stabbing Heart would be interested in purchasing the glimmer chestplate forging design? Shi Feng casually asked Stabbing Heart, after having a general grasp of the situation. Chapter 77, Adding Fuel to the Fire. Although Shi Feng only casually asked, Stabbing Heart's head, however, abruptly spun, his eyes looking at Shi Feng with anticipation. With an excited expression on his face, he asked, "Could it be? Brother Yifeng, you have the glimmer chestplate forging design?" Currently, forging designs for bronze equipment were madly fought over by the large guilds, all of them competing with the depth of their financial backing. Nobody could firmly say the remaining number of glimmer chestplate forging designs that would be sold. Maybe the first-rate guilds would buy up all the forging designs. Second-rate guilds' chance to obtain one might never come. If he could obtain a forging design for a bronze equipment right now, then the Assassins' Alliance could stay a step ahead of the other second-rate guilds. They would be able to create a great reputation for themselves and make a large profit. At that time, they would have a greater chance when competing over White River City. However, Shi Feng simply shook his head. Stabbing Heart's excited mood was suddenly extinguished, becoming downhearted. However, after he gave it some thought, aside from the Black Flame Forger and hammer trading, there had yet to be a third player who could bring out a forging design. After all, such an item depended on luck to obtain it. "Didn't you want to bid for the glimmer chestplate? I can lend you some money," Shi Feng said in an unhurried tone. Realization struck Stabbing Heart. Shi Feng indeed was very rich. It was obvious that he had considerable possessions from the way he was able to take out 20 silver coins without effort. However, compared to those first-rate guilds, the difference was still far too great. It would be amazing if Shi Feng had 30 to 40 silver coins. Hence, Stabbing Heart said with a sigh, "Brother Yifeng, it's not that I don't believe you, but the Glimmer chestplate forging design's price is just too high. Just 20 or 30 silver coins won't be very useful." "Oh, then how much do you need to bid for it?" Shi Feng confidently asked. Although Shi Feng did not know how much was needed to bid for the forging design, he had over 4 gold coins that he obtained from the 2 forging designs that were sold. The money from these 2 items had already been deposited in his bag, so he was certain he would be able to bid for the 3rd Glimmer chestplate forging design successfully. He could also make Stabbing Heart owe him a favor by doing so. In any case, these coins would still end up in his hands. Why would he be against this decision? The results of the Glimmer chestplate forging design far surpassed Shi Feng's expectations. With this many guilds going all out, competing for the forging design, it was no wonder there was a game currency shortage, causing the price to soar. However, this situation was a very good news to Shi Feng. If Shi Feng did not add fuel to the fire right now, he would not be doing his long period of arduous effort any justice. Stabbing Heart raised 3 fingers, helplessly saying, "The competition right now is becoming increasingly heated. According to my estimates, we would need at least 3 gold coins to secure the bid. Otherwise, there is no hope for success." "How much do you have on your side?" Shi Feng asked, taking the initiative. He did not intend to lend Stabbing Heart 3 gold coins in a single breath. "I have 2 gold 10 silver. It is extremely hard to collect game currency right now, as the other guilds have purchased almost all of it. I have already planned to give up the competition and instead go and level up," Stabbing Heart said with a sigh. "Then I'll lend you 90 silvers. That way, you will have collected 3 gold coins," Shi Feng said, smiling. He immediately selected to trade with Stabbing Heart, placing 90 silver coins in the trade window. Stabbing Heart was suddenly shocked when he saw the 90 silver coins inside the trade window. He did not imagine Shi Feng would possess that much money. Also, Shi Feng had also spent over 10 silver coins just now. Didn't that mean that Shi Feng had at least 1 gold coin on his person? If the Assassins' Alliance did not put all their efforts into collecting funds, then the guild's fluid funds would be similar to the amount Shi Feng possessed. However, they were a second-rate guild, and their guild members numbered over 20,000. They also had a specialized 500-man money farming team. Meanwhile, the money Shi Feng had earned, alone, was actually more or less the same as their guilds. "Brother Yifeng, thank you truly. I will repay this favor in the future," Stabbing Heart excitedly exclaimed. "However, I can't just let brother take a loss. Tomorrow, I will definitely return 1 gold coin to you." Currently, the game currency of God's domain was extremely precious, especially in this period where forging designs were being competed over. Originally, Stabbing Heart wanted to purchase it using credits. However, when he thought about the preciousness of the game currency, it was hard to buy, even if he had the money. Moreover, Shi Feng did not lack credits. Hence, he did not have the nerve to let those words leave his mouth and instead chose to compensate Shi Feng with an interest of 10 silver coins. However, Shi Feng had become slightly speechless as he only wished for credits. He was shouldering a large debt right now. In addition to the workshop and the rent he needed in the future, he was desperately in need of money. What would he do with that much game currency? How could it be as dependable as credits? The earlier he started his workshop, the earlier he could recruit stable party members. When he could enter large-scale dungeons, he would be able better earn money, level up, and increase the workshop's reputation, building a better foundation for establishing his guild. If he started too late, it would be hard even to set foot in White River City. Every moment counted right now. "Brother Stabbing Heart, don't say it such. If you didn't show up today, I would not be able to avoid a bloody battle. I owe you a favor, so for these 90 silvers, I'll just sell you each silver coin at 60 credits. Every guild would be in need of coins in the initial stages of the game, so you don't have to be polite with me," Shi Feng said in a sincere tone. Stabbing Heart was immediately moved by Shi Feng's words. He thought that Shi Feng was a friend who was worth knowing. If he returned Shi Feng one gold coin tomorrow, it would cause quite a lot of trouble to the guild's operation. Moreover, nurturing forgers and purchasing materials required large sums of coins. It couldn't be any better if he purchased them using credits. I can't thank Brother Yi Feng enough. However, 60 credits is a little too low. I don't have the nerve to buy them at that price, and just saying it would cause others to make fun of me. I'll buy each silver coin for 80 credits for a total of 7,200 credits. I'll transfer them to your account immediately. Stabbing Heart was very joyful. Even if Shi Feng were to have complaints about the matter, Stabbing Heart would still stubbornly transfer all 7,200 credits to Shi Feng. Brother Yi Feng, I'll be leaving to bid for the forging design first. If you have any problems in the future, please don't hesitate to contact me. I'll definitely go all out to help you. Finished speaking, Stabbing Heart hurriedly left with his subordinates to the auction house. Seeing the additional 7,200 credits in his bank account, Shi Feng helplessly smiled. His opinion of Stabbing Heart grew even more favorable in his heart. Currently, his bank account had more than 20,000 credits. The money for 2 virtual gaming helmets was now secured. At the very least, he would not lose the virtual gaming helmet after the 7-day duration was up and lose the ability to play God's domain. The remaining task he had was to earn even more money and collect some funds before the start of the school's fellowship party. Who knew he might obtain a great chance at the fellowship party, building an unshakable foundation for his workshop. In Shi Feng's previous life, Shadow had obtained a big chance at the fellowship party. It was precisely because of this chance that allowed Shadow Workshop's strength to greatly increase, giving them the confidence to compete with other third-rate guilds over controlling rights for White River City. In this life, since he was to attend the fellowship party, he would not let go of this great opportunity, naturally. He would compete for as much as he could. Following which, Shi Feng looked for a hotel and rented a guest room there. In Red Leaf Town, the red name above his head was too eye-catching. If he did not look for a way to deal with it, his every action would attract the attention of surrounding players. I never thought I would have to use this item this quickly. Shi Feng took out the demon mask from his bag. He could not help but shake his head and laugh. If he did not have this item, he really would have a difficult time solving the matter of his red name. After wearing the demon mask, Shi Feng adjusted his facial appearance. His new appearance was very different from his original self. At the same time, his red name also turned green. If others did not possess a high-leveled observation skill, they would not be able to see through his disguise. After confirming that there were no problems, Shi Feng placed his remaining 3 gold coins onto the virtual trade center. Each silver coin was sold for 80 credits. Based on the current level of competition, as long as the Assassins Alliance successfully bid for the forging design, those first-rate guilds and other second-rate guilds would most likely be unable to sit tight. The competition then would be more insane than now. Shi Feng was not worried that his game currency would not sell. Just as Shi Feng was about to leave the hotel, a sudden realization flashed past him. He lightly tapped his own forehead. How could I forget about this thing? Now that I have the demon's mask, how can I not properly use it? Shi Feng revealed a bright smile. Chapter 78, Black and White Interweave. The demon mask was able to hide the user's identity. In God's domain, it would be inconvenient for Shi Feng to reveal himself in many matters. However, with the demon mask, he would be able to have another identity to move about in the darkness, carrying out many tasks that he, himself, could not do. And right now was one such time. After walking out of the hotel, Shi Feng took a look at his surroundings. He discovered several players behaving oddly. Their eyes were glued onto the hotel's main entrance as if they were waiting for something. However, due to the effects of the demon mask, these players did not pay any attention to Shi Feng. Why hasn't that brat come out yet? Is he planning to stay inside there until his red name changes back? An assassin standing outside the hotel entrance said impatiently. What are you in a rush for? That brat is dead for sure. He actually dared to sneak an attack on Boss Ironsword. He even killed so many of our brothers. The enmity between him and Martial Union has already reached an irreconcilable state. I want to see just how long he can hide. If he were to wait foolishly, instead of killing monsters to reduce the weight of his crime, he would need to wait more than 30 hours before his red name disappears. Even if he is currently powerful, after more than 30 hours have gone by, our equipment and levels will surpass him by a huge leap. At that time, killing him to level 0 will be much easier, another assassin said with a sneer. While these players from Martial Union were making fun of Shifeng, they did not notice their target standing right next to them, and that he heard every single detail of their conversation. Martial Union sure is quick in taking action. They really are thinking highly of me if they sent a party of assassins to watch out for me. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to play around with them. I'll just let them wait for the sky to turn bright. Shifeng had long since guessed that Ironsword Lion would not let him go. After all, Shifeng had crossed paths with Ironsword Lion many times in his previous life. He had a very good understanding of Ironsword Lion's personality. Ironsword Lion would definitely want revenge. Even if he had to pay a great price, as long as he was able to obtain revenge, he would definitely do it. Moreover, he would repay it hundreds to thousands of times over. If one were to put it nicely, Ironsword Lion was a simple man. If one were to put it badly, however, Ironsword Lion was a person with a one-track mind. Others could easily discern his thoughts. Following which, Shifeng departed from the hotel with a carefree attitude. Meanwhile, the party of assassins was still foolishly waiting in front of the hotel's entrance. They were jeering at Shifeng's cowardice, only daring to hide inside the hotel. In the end, death would still be awaiting him. At the trade area, a sea of people crowded in front of the auction house. Shifeng could not even squeeze himself inside to purchase materials. Without a better option, Shifeng could only give up for now and visit the Chefs' Association to take a look at Violet Cloud's progress first. Compared to the currently popular Forging Association, the Chefs' Association was completely deserted. There was only a fragment of lifestyle players entering and leaving the association. After arriving at the kitchen he previously rented, Shifeng readjusted the demon mask, returning to his original appearance but still hiding his red name. After entering the kitchen, Shifeng discovered Violet Cloud currently concentrating on making fruit juice. Her hand movements were extraordinarily speedy and experienced. She was currently also level 3, surpassing many other lifestyle players. Although Shifeng had seen many master chefs make cold beverages before, none of their actions were as smooth and natural as Violet Cloud's. It was truly hard to believe why Violet Cloud would say her production speed was extremely slow. Her speed was shockingly fast. Did Violet Cloud intentionally trick him? Shifeng shook his head, feeling that Violet Cloud had no reason for doing such a thing. Hence, he walked over and suddenly asked, "Violet, how are you faring?" However, as if Shifeng's question did not enter Violet Cloud's ears, she was still concentrating on making fruit juice. There was nothing else present in her heart. Looking at Violet Cloud's degree of focus, Shifeng was slightly shocked himself. He no longer tried to interrupt Violet Cloud and instead chose to stand by the side and observe her. After more than 10 minutes had passed, Violet Cloud had yet to discover Shifeng's presence. Meanwhile, she had already crafted more than 10 cups of fruit juice. These fruit juices looked extremely refreshing, and they gave off a faint, captivating fragrance. After she used up the materials in her hands, just when Violet Cloud was about to retrieve more. Violet Cloud was shocked into a jump as she discovered that her boss, Shifeng, was standing behind her. From the looks of it, he had been waiting for quite some time now. Violet Cloud's heart became frantic as she thought about how she let her employer wait for so long. Lowering her head, she said in a nervous tone, "Sir, have you completed the 900 cups of fruit juice?" Shifeng asked with a smile. Shifeng's evaluation of Violet Cloud had greatly risen as of this moment. The more focused someone was when doing something, the greater the efficiency. It was also easier for them to overcome difficulties. However, not everyone was able to constantly maintain a high degree of focus, just like how a student's thoughts would wander after studying for a long period of time. or become absent-minded after listening to the teacher's lecture for some time. However, Violet Cloud possessed extraordinary focus. When carrying out a task, her efficiency would definitely increase by several folds, doing half the work for double the effect. It was no wonder why she was able to become a cleric god in the end. Even if she were not a cleric and instead played some other job, her achievements would most likely still be great. And they're all done. However, I obtained a realization when I was making them before. After spending a lot of materials, I created a new fruit juice. You won't blame me for it, right, sir? Violet Cloud said, slightly afraid. After all, she did not carry out her task according to Shifeng's requirements. After completing the 900 cups of fruit juice, she went on to concoct other recipes. Shifeng involuntarily laughed. Looking at the hundreds of cups of fruit juice on the table, he encouragingly said, "Why would I blame you? More than that, I want to reward you. With the new fruit juice, I will have greater confidence in carrying out that task of mine. Here are 3 silver coins as your reward. I hope that you can bring forth many new creations in the future. As for your share in the sales of these fruit juices, I'll give it to you after I sell them. As for the fruit juices, you no longer need to make them for now. Afterward, focus on making the wolf meat dishes. I still have a great use for them." Currently, players did not regard wolf meat as precious. However, after it was turned into a wolf meat dish, its price could be increased over 10 times. Such an increase was due to the fact that after consuming the wolf meat dish, every job would have their main attributes increased by 5 points, and its duration was 1 hour. Such an increase was extremely attractive to a majority of the players. The increase was equivalent to gaining another level, and with it, they would be able to kill monsters much more quickly. Only, after taking the manufacturing costs into account, most of the current chef players did not pay much attention to dishes with such high costs. However, by the time they did pay attention, they would have already missed a huge opportunity. "Thank you, sir. I will definitely complete my task." Excitement and appreciation filled Violet Cloud's face after she received the 3 silver coins. She felt she was truly lucky for being able to meet Shifeng. Otherwise, she would still have to conduct sales out in the streets, only to end up selling just a few cups. Even if she were to strive for an entire week, she would not be able to earn 3 silver coins. Yet, she had such an amount with just a day's effort. Following which, Shifeng stored all the fruit juices in his bag. There were more than 1,700 cups of them, and if each cup were sold at 1 copper coin, then that would sum up to 17 silver coins. To an average player, it was definitely a huge sum of money. To Shifeng, however, it was just spare change. However, Shifeng did not intend to sell any of them as he had another use for them. System: the glimmer chestplate forging design you have placed on auction has been sold. After deducting the processing fees, a total of 2 gold 76 silver has been added to your bag space. Has Assassin's Alliance won the bid already? Shifeng called out the official forums. Just as expected, the Assassin's Alliance posted a thread, widely advertising the forging design they successfully bid on and taking the chance to increase their fame and influence. After all, being able to purchase a forging design indicated the guild's background. This would cause many leisure players to reconsider their estimates of the Assassin's Alliance's strength. Violet, if you wish to convert your coins to credits, wait for another hour or 2 before registering them on the virtual trade center. That way, you will be able to obtain a higher price, Shifeng reminded Violet Cloud after some thought. Violet Cloud obediently nodded her head. Although she did not understand Shifeng's intentions, she still chose to believe in him. After all, Shifeng was currently her knight in shining armor. Afterward, Shifeng gave Violet Cloud another 5 silver coins for her to purchase the materials needed to make the wolf meat dish. He then departed from the Chef's Association, his appearance changing into an older gentleman. It's about time I contacted her. Shifeng had done all the necessary preparations. Moreover, the Assassin's Alliance had caused the other guilds to start to panic. So, now was about the right time to contact that person. Shifeng called out his friend Window and looked for the snow goddess, a cunning smile appearing on his face. Chapter 79, mysterious black flame. In the core area of Kuruk fields, one could see groups of grassland lion cubs every 100 meters or so. If a party's positioning were slightly off, they would attract tens of grassland lion cubs towards them. Moreover, at the large tree located in central region of the fields, there lived a level 6 elite grassland lion. That place could be said to be a forbidden area for level 6 players. However, inside this forbidden area, Gentle Snow's party was constantly clearing the surrounding level 6 grassland lion cubs. They were clearing out an empty land for the purpose of hunting the elite grassland lion. If ordinary players were to see their daring actions, they would definitely exclaim in astonishment. A party waged battle against more than 10 grassland lion cubs. Wearing a suit of azure armor, Gentle Snow valiantly battled. She was like a war goddess, fighting 1 against 10,000. A simple slash from her head sent 3 grassland lion cubs flying. Simultaneously, she was dodging the claws of the remaining 2 lion cubs. If an expert were to see Gentle Snow battle, their eyes might have popped out of their sockets by now. Although her single slash seemed simple, she struck the vital points of all 3 grassland lion cubs. Her dodges were even more accurate. It was like she possessed eyes at the back of her head. Without even turning her head, she was able to avoid the claw strikes that came from behind her. On another side, the flame witch, Zhao Yueru, was like an artillery cannon. A single frost flame blast from her had taken away a third of the grassland lion cub's HP. Just when the grassland lion cub switched hatred and was about to rush at Zhao Yueru, the woman, herself, revealed a smile of disdain. As her mouth chanted the final verse of an incantation, her lily-white hands finished writing the incantation. Following which, a flame dragon appeared. The dragon spewed scorching hot flames, immediately decimating the grassland lion cub rushing towards Zhao Yueru. Zhao Yueru's control over magic was extremely subtle, reaching its pinnacle. Her chanting and tracing were even more extraordinary. Normally, players would need 3 seconds to complete both actions, but Zhao Yueru only spent 1.6 seconds. Her completion rate was even at 86%, increasing the damage of Fire Dragon's roar by 120%. This single move instantly took away 2/3 of the grassland lion cub's HP. A few moments later, more than 10 grassland lion cubs lay dead on the ground. Rest for a while and prepare to lure those 2 elite grassland lions over. Shield warrior, you'll tank one, while I handle the other. After tidying up the loot, Gentle Snow commanded as she looked towards the 2 patrolling elite grassland lions in the distance. Just as everyone was resting, Gentle Snow received a single message signed with the name of Black Flame. Looking at this signature, Gentle Snow's brows slightly wrinkled. Previously, she put out word that she wished to discuss matters of cooperation with the Black Flame Forger. It did not take long before she received a reply. Originally, she had felt rather joyous at the fact. However, a few moments later, she received another pile of similar messages, all of them claiming themselves to be the Black Flame Forger. However, after undergoing a simple questioning and identification, she discovered that all of these players were fakes. Every one of them wanted to swindle some money from her. Snow, is it another harassing message? Why not you just set it so you can only receive messages from your friends? That way, these messages won't bother you anymore. Zhao Yueru suggested after noticing Gentle Snow's unnatural behavior. Gentle Snow shook her head, saying in a serious tone, I'm not acquainted with the Black Flame Forger. If the real Black Flame Forger were to contact us, and we weren't able to receive his message, wouldn't we have posted that thread for nothing? I'll still take a look at it. In any case, it is very easy to determine the authenticity of the Black Flame Forger. However, Gentle Snow suddenly froze when she read the message. That was because this message had very clearly proven the authenticity of this Black Flame. He wanted her to go to the virtual trade center, and using the password he had given, enter a designated trade room to trade for the Glimmer chestplate forging design. It seems that I finally have some gains after waiting for so long. Gentle Snow revealed a faint smile. From the contents of the message, she could clearly feel that this Black Flame was the real deal. Otherwise, he would not suggest trading the forging design at the virtual trade center. After all, Black Flame imposters would not have a forging design. What is it? Did the real Black Flame contact you? Looking at Gentle Snow nodding to her question, Zhao Yueru became immediately excited. Wishing to meet this mysterious forger, she asked, "When do we meet him?" Currently, the Black Flame forger was known by everybody. He was even in possession of a forging design that could increase a guild's influence. After carrying out one questionable action after another, only now did they find out his true motive. Zhao Yueru couldn't help but admit the brilliance of the Black Flame forger's methods. He paid such a huge price all to control the initiative in the game played by the various guilds. Now, every guild within the area of White River City could not help but get caught up in this spiral, otherwise, they would be eliminated by the other guilds. His unpredictable actions even caused her to feel admiration. He was unlike a certain someone who was clearly just a lucky bastard, yet still pretended to be an expert. Just thinking about that person made Zhao Yueru's blood boil in anger. Compared to the Black Flame forger, the difference between them was thousands of miles apart. I just contacted him. However, he does not want to add us as friends. He only said he wants to meet at the level 8 map, Phissis Canyon, in 4 hours. Phissis Canyon isn't that far away from our current location. I'll buy the forging design first, then we'll quickly clear up these elite grassland lions. If we hurry over, we should be able to make it. Even Gentle Snow was clearly excited right now. There were so many first-rate guilds in Star Moon Kingdom, yet she didn't imagine that the Black Flame forger would actually be willing to cooperate with them. She couldn't help but admit that they were extremely lucky, or maybe that Black Flame had some other plans. In any case, she wouldn't be able to see through the thoughts of this Black Flame. Great. Then let's hurry. If we make him wait too long, it would be terrible if he didn't want to meet us anymore. Zhao Yueru abruptly stood up, excitedly saying so. Look at you in such a hurry. We still have time. Gentle Snow rolled her eyes at Zhao Yueru. She did not imagine that Zhao Yueru would be so interested in Black Flame. Normally, she would not be as enthusiastic towards other people she met. Meanwhile, Shi Feng, the target of Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru's conversation, had already departed from Red Leaf Town. He was running towards the White Sand Ruins. The White Sand Ruins was a level 10 monster area. It was also one of the must-come leveling areas for players of Red Leaf Town and several other nearby towns. That was because the quests available here were very numerous. Amongst them, there was no lack of guild quests and reputation quests. There were even 2 unique quests here. The rewards for these 2 unique quests were extremely bountiful, and they would bring plenty of benefits to Shi Feng when he officially entered White River City in the future. Hence why Shi Feng was running to the White Sand Ruins. Just as Shi Feng arrived at a sea of white sand, a message from Gentle Snow arrived. The message stated that they had to delay the meeting time by an hour suddenly, and as a compensation, aside from buying the forging design at price of 24,000 credits, they would give him an additional 20,000 credits. Their wealth was practically overbearing. Shi Feng did not really mind the delay in time. In any case, he also needed quite some time to complete the quests here. Meanwhile, 20,000 credits was 2 months' worth of salary of a gold-collar worker. Gentle Snow used it as compensation for being late. Moreover, this was only the start of the business between them, yet he had already earned more than 40,000 credits. He could not help but admit that there were many benefits for working with a person like Gentle Snow, especially when the person herself was not lacking money. Even the rich from other virtual reality games could not compete with her. Following which, based on his memories, Shi Feng searched for a secret path in the White Sand Ruins. After walking this path for nearly half an hour, he caught sight of a bunker buried in the white sand. 2 level 10 elite black steel dwarves guarded the bunker's entrance. One of the 2 unique quests, Steel Fortress Barusha, could be found inside this bunker. Chapter 80, Steel Fortress Barusha. Black Steel Dwarves, they were a group fanatics addicted to forging. The civilization of the Black Steel Dwarves was once incomparably brilliant, and their shadows could be found in the creation of countless pieces of legendary equipment. The arms of black steel dwarves were as thick and robust as their thighs, and their muscles were as hard as stone. In addition to their dark skin color, often they were mistaken for rocks during nighttime, and many people would sit on them accidentally. Of course, the consequences of such an action were very grave, as the thing these black steel dwarves hated the most was being treated as stools. Shi Feng straightforwardly walked over. This bunker in the White Sand Ruins was extremely well hidden. In Shi Feng's previous life, it took a long time before the many guilds doing quests in the White Sand Ruins discovered the bunker. They received many good quests from this bunker, and some quests even gave away mysterious iron equipment. However, such quests usually required a party in order to complete them. It was absolutely impossible for a person to complete them alone. However, compared to these quests, the favorability of these black steel dwarves was much more important. This secret was also only discovered after players had already reached more than 20 levels. There was a unique quest called Steel Fortress Barucher available here. However, because the unique quest required a certain amount of favorability before a player could receive it, many players missed the chance to obtain it. On the contrary, an unknown average player received the unique quest. Moreover, after completing the unique quest, the player instantly became the recruitment target of many guilds. Arriving in front of the bunker's entrance, the two elite black steel dwarves standing guard let Shi Feng enter after giving him a simple glance. The inside of the bunker was very large. It was just like an underground town. Black steel dwarves were everywhere, and the majority of the streets were composed of either weapons and equipment shops or bars, with very few places of entertainment. Moving along the main street, Shi Feng arrived before a steel building after making several turns and detours. The building was the city hall, and when Shi Feng entered the building, the town mayor, a level 30 elite NPC, quickly noticed him. As it has been a long time since any outsiders entered this small town, the mayor happily went up to welcome Shi Feng. "Hello, adventurer. Welcome to Stonehammer Town. I am Blackbeard, the town mayor." Blackbeard warmly said, "Hello, Lord Mayor. It is my first time coming here, so I wonder if I could be of any use to you?" Shi Feng performed respectfully, as such actions would give NPCs a more favorable opinion of him. Blackbeard caressed his thick beard. After thinking for a while, he said, "Adventurer, our small town indeed needs help. The weather of area around here is getting hotter by the day, and our water supply is continuously diminishing. As a result, it is getting harder for the inhabitants to live in this small town. I will pay a sufficient price, so I hope you can help us obtain a large water supply or something that can help with the heat." "System, do you wish to accept the quest? Blackbeard's request?" Shi Feng revealed a faint smile. He was here exactly because of this. "I will be happy to help," Shi Feng responded. The most important thing in Rockhammer Town was the town mayor's favorability. However, the town mayor's favorability was not that easy to obtain. That was because the quest he gave was not easy to complete. Moreover, the rewards of the quest were few, causing many players to give up on grinding for the town mayor's favorability. System. Quest, Blackbeard's request accepted. Offer 100 bags of clear water or 5 cups of cold beverage to the town mayor Blackbeard. Following which, Shi Feng retrieved the fruit juice he had prepared. For every 5 cups of fruit juice Shi Feng offered, he could obtain 2 copper coins, an increase of 1 point to Blackbeard's favorability, and 100 EXP. To a level 8 to 9 player, 100 EXP could be considered negligible. Just by simply killing a level 10 common monster, they would be able to obtain over 200 EXP. Moreover, 100 bags of clear water were sold for 5 copper coins in other towns, and 5 cups of the cheapest kind of cold beverage would similarly cost 5 copper coins. After deducting the cost, that meant that players would be spending 3 copper coins in exchange for 100 EXP. Only a lunatic would be willing to do such a thing. However, Shi Feng was very willing. To his current level, 100 EXP was not a small amount. It was a lot more than the EXP he would obtain from killing a level 5 common monster. Following which, Shi Feng handed over fruit juices without stop. After he handed over 1,000 cups of fruit juice, he obtained a total of 400 copper coins and 200 points of favorability. He also obtained 20,000 EXP, instantly bringing him up to 69% of level 4. He had risen so much just within 10 short minutes. It was literally faster than grinding on level 10 elite monsters. After his favorability reached 200 points, Feng started asking Blackbeard about the unique quest. However, Blackbeard remained silent, his eyes darting about, pretending to know nothing about the quest. As expected, my favorability is still not high enough. Feng had more or less expected such a result. Hence, he brought out Violet Cloud's new type of fruit juice. Lord Mayor, what do you think about this kind of fruit juice? After seeing this new fruit juice, Blackbeard took it in his hands and gave it a whiff. Suddenly, both his eyes shone as he excitedly said, "This cup completely surpasses the previous 5 cups. Adventurer, I wonder how many of these do you have? I am willing to pay an extra 1 copper coin to purchase it." Feng couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Blackbeard's extremely satisfied expression. He did not imagine that Violet Cloud's craftsmanship would be so good as to tempt even an NPC into willingly to concede. Such a situation was very rarely seen in God's domain. Since Blackbeard liked the new fruit juice, Feng naturally continued the transaction without stop. He had a total of 750 cups of the new type of fruit juice. Every cup earned him 3 copper coins, 1 point of favorability, and 100 EXP. It could be seen just how much Blackbeard loved this item. In such a way, Feng easily received 2,250 coppers and 750 points of favorability. He also received 75,000 EXP, instantly bringing him to 46% of level 5. His leveling speed was like a rocket. Unfortunately, making the new type of fruit juice required a lot of time. Moreover, Violet Cloud still had other matters to tend to. Otherwise, Feng really wanted Violet Cloud to make up to 10,000 cups for him, instantly rushing to level 10 and over. With 950 points of favorability, the town mayor Blackbeard finally opened his mouth. Moreover, he did not hide any secrets this time. He was treating Feng like his close friend. Feng had even received the Stonehammer key, which had not been mentioned by the player in his previous life. System: Unique quest, Steel Fortress Barushan accepted. Player is required to go to Physis Canyon to look for the fallen Steel Fortress Barusha and obtain the Titan's heart from within it. Town Mayor Blackbeard will provide an extremely bountiful reward for it. With such a high amount of favorability, Feng could also purchase forging designs from Blackbeard. Feng was shocked after taking a rough look at the available items. There were a total of 10 forging designs for sale. 5 of them were common equipment forging designs, 3 of them were bronze equipment forging designs, 1 of them was a mysterious iron weapon forging design, and the last was a mysterious iron equipment forging design. Blackbeard must have even taken out his inheritance with this. These forging designs were all for level 8 to level 10 equipment. However, the bronze equipment forging designs were sold for 60 silver coins each, while the mysterious iron ranked forging designs were sold for up to 1 gold and 50 silver coins. Even if an average player were to discover them, they would definitely be unable to purchase them. Fortunately, this time around, Feng had sold another 3 pieces of the glimmer chestplate forging design. The money he possessed increased by more than 9 gold coins once more. Otherwise, even he could only look at the items with envy. Lord Mayor, these 3 bronze-ranked forging designs and 2 mysterious iron-ranked forging designs, I want all of them. Feng simply handed over 4 gold 80 silver. Unfortunately, these forging designs were bound upon purchase. Otherwise, he would be able to earn at least double or triple the amount just from reselling them. The weakest amongst these forging designs was a level 8 bronze equipment. However, even that would bring about an unimaginable improvement to the current guilds. After all, the current highest-leveled players were just nearing level 6, while a large majority of the players were still using level 1 or level 2 common equipment. Just imagining when everyone rose to level 8 and every member of a party possessed a piece of level 8 bronze equipment was frightening. After completing the transaction, Shi Feng suddenly received a system notification. Chapter 81. Equipment Improvement. Shi Feng was shocked after reading the system notification. Blackbeard's favorability of him rose to 1,000 points, reaching the level of revered. System, congratulations! You are the first player to achieve revered favorability with an NPC, rewarding 1 mysterious iron treasure chest. Luck really can't be stopped once it comes. I wonder what items will come out? Shi Feng impatiently opened the refined mysterious iron treasure chest. Inside the treasure chest, there was a piece of equipment and an ornament. Dark Pursuer's Cape, Secret Silver Rank. Equipment requirement, Agility 70. Defense plus 20. Strength plus 4, Agility plus 8, Endurance plus 4. Movement speed plus 2. Evasion plus 6. Additional ability, Silent Steps, allows the user to arrive at the target's back silently. Maximum range of 40 yards. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Interpreter's Pendant, Mysterious Iron Rank. Level 7. Equipment requirement, Intelligence 30. Intelligence plus 6, Endurance plus 2. Magic damage increased by 5%. In the current times, these 2 pieces of equipment could be considered extremely rare. It was especially true for the Dark Pursuer's Cape. The cape was well suited for weapons specialists, and it would definitely increase their strength when equipped. Meanwhile, Silent Steps was an ability similar to the instantaneous movement of mages and shadow steps of assassins. It was equipment meant for PK. The Interpreter's Pendant was even more of a top-tier ornament. Just based on the 5% increase in magic damage alone, mages could continue wearing the pendant until level 20 without falling behind in the slightest. Let's give this ornament to Blackie. After some thought, Shi Feng deemed that Blackie was most reliable person right now, and he was also a mage. As for the cape, he was currently unable to equip it. Its requirement of 70 agility was just too high. At the very least, Shi Feng needed to be level 10 before he could equip it. Looking at the equipment, Shi Feng suddenly recalled that he was already level 5. Just by relying on the Abyssal Blade's attributes, in addition to adding his 6 free attribute points into strength, he was now able to equip the Silver Moon set equipment. Just at level 5, Shi Feng was able to equip the best set equipment for swordsmen under level 10. His overall attributes were literally without rival, and the quests he would do later on would become much easier. Hence, Shi Feng added all his free attribute points into strength and equipped the 5 Silver Moon set pieces. Also, now that Shi Feng was level 5, the swordsman's dual-wielding talent had activated. Shi Feng was now able to wield 2 one-handed swords. Shi Feng then took out the secret silver-ranked Crimson Blade, equipping it on his subarm. After completely equipping himself, Shi Feng was shocked when he took a look at his own attributes. There were very, very few players with attributes like his in all of God's domain. Not to mention the set effects on the Silver Moon set equipment. Effect 1, Attack Power plus 15, Defense plus 30. Effect 2, HP increased by 10%, Life Shield, Tier 2 after activating, creates a life shield that absorbs 60% of the damage received, with 500 maximum damage absorbed. Effect 3, Damage received reduced by 10%, attack speed increased by 10%. Shi Feng's HP was now close to 1,000 points. With these 3 effects, he was even tankier than an MT. His damage output had received an even larger improvement. Wearing a suit of silvery white armor, the pitch-black abyssal blade hanging on one side of his waist while the bloody red crimson blade hung on the other, Shi Feng was like a hero that traveling around the world. There was still some time before the meeting with Gentle Snow, so Shi Feng received 2 advanced quests from Hammerstone Town. They were all quests requiring him to kill level 10 twin-headed snakes. The quests required 20 snake galls and 30 venomous fangs. After completing the quests, Shi Feng would be able to obtain rare ore and forging materials. These materials were all needed to make the mysterious iron equipment and weapon, and normally, they were extremely hard to find. After jogging for over 20 minutes, Feng finally arrived at an oasis in the white sand desert. There was a group of twin-headed snakes circling nearby. Twin-headed snake, common rank. Level 10. HP 950/950. Although the twin-headed snakes had low HP, an average level 10 player would not be capable of going solo against them. Normally, they would need help to take these monsters on. Monsters in God's domain would have a qualitative change once they reach level 10. Their attack patterns were extremely flexible, and they knew how to defend against attacks. These were traits you would not find in common monsters below level 10. Without plenty of battle experience, average players would find it very hard to block or evade their attacks. Apart from this, their attacks would carry an additional special skill, and a slight slip in attention would cost players their lives. As for the twin-headed snake's attack pattern, it would usually attack with one of its heads, while defending with the other. Because of this, a solo player would find it hard to deal damage. In addition to the fatal Fang skill it possessed, as long as it bit a player, they would be poisoned and lose 50 HP every second for 15 seconds. If they did not dispel the poison, an average player would practically lose their lives to it. Feng slowly closed in on the twin-headed snakes. Before he even reached the 20-yard range, a twin-headed snake the height of an adult spat out its tongue, rushing toward Feng. Since he had been discovered, Feng took the initiative to rush over as well. Wind Blade. The abyssal blade transformed into a black streak of light, piercing towards the vital point of the twin-headed snake. The snake reacted extremely quickly. One of its heads immediately bit down on the abyssal blade, preventing the abyssal blade from moving a single inch. Meanwhile, its other head opened its mouth widely, its sharp venomous fangs leaking a bluish-green poison as it bit at Feng. Feng's other hand waved the crimson blade, the weapon transforming into a red streak as it slashed at the twin-headed snake. Peng! He stuck as the twin-headed snake was retreating, and a damage of over 60 points appeared above its head. On the other hand, Feng only lost slightly more than 10 HP, and he did not retreat even a single step backward. Following which, the abyssal blade slashed towards the undefended belly of the twin-headed snake, immediately causing -96 damage. Incidentally, the abyssal blade's ability, Doom Curse, was triggered, greatly reducing the twin-headed snake's attributes. However, Feng was not finished. He continued slashing the crimson blade, piercing the twin-headed snake's vital points and causing another -112 damage. By the time the twin-headed snake started reacting, its HP had already been reduced by half. When one of the snakeheads bit at Feng, he dodged to a side, and his foot stomped on the ground, pushing him forward. His actions caught the other snakehead by surprise, rendering it unable to attack or defend. Double chop. The abyssal blade and crimson blade pierced deeply into the twin-headed snake's abdomen. Feng then abruptly pulled on them, slashing apart the twin-headed snake's body and leaving 2 long gashes. 2 damages appeared above the twin-headed snake's head, -156 and -132. In addition, the snake also received a bleeding debuff. The twin-headed snake still wished to retaliate. However, before it could reach Feng, it bled itself to death. System: Level 10 twin-headed snake killed. Level difference of 5. EXP obtained increased by 500%. Obtained 1000 EXP. The twin-headed snake contributed a snake gall to Feng. Feng did not use many skills throughout the entire killing process, mainly only using normal attacks. He easily took care of a level 10 monster. However, Feng was still not satisfied. It was especially true for his first piercing attack. The twin-headed snake actually blocked the attack. Otherwise, he would have been able to kill the twin-headed snake with a series of continuous strikes. Feng then started searching for his next target. After an hour, Feng had killed over 40 twin-headed snakes. His experience rose to 81% of level 5. His leveling speed was like a rocket, and his experience gain was even faster than that of forging equipments. Feng couldn't help but have mixed feelings about it. With the entire Silver Moon set equipment in addition to 2 top-tier weapons, killing monsters that were of higher levels became extremely easy. If the situation continued as such, Shi Feng would reach level 6 in less than an hour. Chapter 82. Killing the Twin-Headed Snake King. The Twin-Headed Snake King, along with its two subordinates, slowly slithered towards Shi Feng. However, it did not discover Shi Feng's existence. Its tail calmly swayed, and its head proudly raised as it overlooked its own territory. Meanwhile, the two normal twin-headed snakes were closely following the Snake King. They did not act proudly like the Snake King, but more like bodyguards, their chilling gazes sweeping across their surroundings. As long as there were any signs of activity, they would immediately become their king's sharp swords, killing all enemies that were harmful to their king. From when the twin-headed Snake King approached his location to when it turned around and left, Shi Feng only watched it, silently. However, Shi Feng was in no hurry to make a move. Instead, he stealthily followed it, using observing eyes on it, and waiting for the best terrain to start his attack. Twin-Headed Snake King, Rare Elite. Level 10. HP 4000/4000. The other two twin-headed snake guards were both common monsters. They were both level 10, and they both had 1400 HP. Shi Feng was about to face 3 level 10 monsters together. Moreover, there was even a rare elite amongst them. Even though Shi Feng equipped with the full Silver Moon set equipment, he still needed to plan properly before taking action. After all, the few can't fight the many. Also, the snake race had extremely quick movement speeds and the Snake King even more so. Shi Feng followed the twin-headed Snake King to an area filled with sandstone. There were several stones taller than a person here that could be used to obstruct the twin-headed Snake King's vision, so Shi Feng finally started taking action. Shi Feng would be at a big disadvantage if he were to take on all 3 twin-headed snakes at the same time. So, he needed to split them up and kill them one at a time, with the common monsters taking priority. Shi Feng immediately used Phantom Kill, letting his doppelganger stay behind waiting while he took charge. Shi Feng used Wind Blade, his sword stabbing at the nearest twin-headed snake guard. With the ambush and the speed increase from Wind Blade, the twin-headed snake was not able to react to the attack at all. Shi Feng's 2 swords immediately stabbed it in the backs, causing damages of -76 and -61. Following which, Shi Feng used Double Chop, causing -103 and -89 damage, and leaving the twin-headed snake guard with a bleeding effect. Shi Feng was fully equipped with top-tier equipment and high-leveled skills. Even if the twin-headed snake guard had a high defense, the damage Shi Feng could cause was extremely high. If it were a level 5 average player attacking the twin-headed snake guard, with the level suppression and the monster's high defense, they would at most cause -3 or -4 damage to it. The twin-headed snake guard wailed in pain. It immediately spun its heads around, attacking Shi Feng. The other twin-headed snake guard also came over, biting at Shi Feng. Shi Feng now received attacks from 2 sides at the same time. Shi Feng slightly smiled at this. He used Thundering Flash, sending 3 streaks of thunder at one of the twin-headed snake guards. However, the twin-headed snake guard reacted extremely quickly, one of its heads blocked, while the other bit at Shi Feng. The 3 streaks of thunder were blocked, causing an insignificant amount of damage. Just as the snake's venomous fangs were about to bite down, Shi Feng used Parry and activated Windwalk. After blocking an attack, Shi Feng immediately turned around and ran. The twin-headed snake guards would naturally not let go of an enemy who angered them. Slithering at high speeds, they chased after Shi Feng. As for the unharmed twin-headed Snake King, one could see boiling rage in its chilling eyes. It too slithered and chased after Shi Feng. However, just after the twin-headed Snake King moved several yards, Shi Feng's doppelganger used Windblade and rushed at the twin-headed Snake King. The doppelganger slashed at the twin-headed Snake King's neck, causing -24 damage. The twin-headed Snake King was enraged by this attack. With the speed of a thunderbolt, the twin-headed Snake King bit at the doppelgangers. As the doppelganger's goal had been achieved, it too activated Windwalk, turning around and leaving. Now, the twin-headed snake guards were separated from the Snake King. Although the two twin-headed snake guards were tough, without the support of their king, they were unable to stand against Shi Feng's fierce attacks. One move after another, Shi Feng's blades would always strike at the vital points of the twin-headed snake guards. After all, the Silver Moon set equipment was not just for show. Right now, Shi Feng's agility exceeded 60 points. Even if the twin-headed snake guards could defend against one of Shi Feng's attacks in time, they would still be struck by his other sword. Every sword that landed would take away 60 to 70 HP, while the occasional critical hit would cause over -150 damage. Shi Feng's sword strikes were like a fierce gale passing by. The sword strikes constantly landed on the two twin-headed snake guards, causing their HP to fall madly. Within a few moments, the two twin-headed snake guards breathed their last breaths. After looting the drops, Shi Feng rushed at the twin-headed Snake King. Currently, the doppelganger's HP had fallen below 30%. It was exhausting itself trying to pin down the twin-headed Snake King. The rare elite's attacks were extremely quick. It would from time to time spit out a poisonous fog, enveloping a large area with it. The doppelganger only possessed 50% of the original body's attributes, so it could only constantly defend and escape. Otherwise, it would have long since dropped dead. However, now that the original body had arrived, the doppelganger did not need to pin down the twin-headed Snake King any longer. Shi Feng immediately used 9 Dragon Slash, shooting out 9 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade. Shi Feng then used Defensive Blade, his attack range greatly increasing. He could only attack from afar when facing the twin-headed Snake King, who was capable of spewing out poisonous fog. If he were to enter a melee with the twin-headed Snake King, he would not last 20 seconds. Even if he were to activate all of his life-saving skills, he still would not survive. The twin-headed Snake King was very cunning. When facing Shi Feng, one of its heads defended against Shi Feng's attacks while its other head constantly attacked his doppelganger, paying no attention to Shi Feng himself. After 3 to 4 hits, the doppelganger could no longer take it, vanishing. Meanwhile, the twin-headed Snake King's HP was still over 70%. Its other head now turned to stare at Shi Feng. It opened its mouth, spitting out a mouthful of poison. The poison was like an arrow as it shot towards Shi Feng. Shi Feng's expression suddenly sank. His body dodged sideways, avoiding the poison. When the poisonous fluid struck a sandstone, the fluid immediately passed through, leaving behind a large hole. This was the twin-headed Snake King's corroding acid. If one were to block it, though a secret silver weapon might still be fine, a common weapon would immediately melt. As for a bronze weapon, its durability would, at least, be reduced by half, and taking 2 hits from the corroding acid would turn it into scrap. In such a way, one man and one snake started maintaining their distance between each other, attacking and dodging. Shi Feng madly slashed his swords, streak after streak of sword light filling up the area. Meanwhile, the twin-headed Snake King's 2 heads spat out poison without halt, leaving behind countless holes. From time to time, it would also fill a large area with a poisonous fog, leaving not even a blade of grass alive. From time to time, Shi Feng would be poisoned during battle. After over 10 minutes of constant battle, even though Shi Feng was constantly drinking basic regeneration potions as soon as the cooldown was finished, his remaining HP was only at 8%. Meanwhile, the twin-headed Snake King still had 14% of its HP remaining. Seeing as both their HPs were low, the twin-headed Snake King revealed a sinister look. Its size faintly increased by a fold. Then, suddenly, it leaped into the air. One of its heads widely opened its mouth, revealing its snow-white poisonous fangs, while its other head spewed out poisonous fog. The twin-headed Snake King used an attack pattern that contained both attack and defense, and as long as Shi Feng closed in on it, he would be trapped in the harmful fog. Going all out now? Currently, Shi Feng could withstand the poisonous fog for 3 seconds at best or take 1 strike from the Snake King itself. Hence, Shi Feng took out a bottle of basic regeneration potion from his bag, gulping it down and recovering 180 HP. In his other hand, Shi Feng took out a polymorph scroll. Just as the twin-headed Snake King was about to land, it was immediately turned into a sheep. Thundering flash. Chop. Double chop. Earth splitter. After a series of attacks, the twin-headed Snake King only had 5% of its HP remaining. However, it had transformed back into its original form, while its surroundings were filled with poisonous fog. The twin-headed Snake King's recovery speed increased by a fold while inside the fog, while its enemies would madly lose their HP. Shifeng immediately retreated, using Abyssal Bind on the twin-headed Snake King. Shifeng then took out the Tier 1 magic scroll, Continuous Flame Bombs, and started chanting. 5 large fireballs smashed onto the twin-headed Snake King's body, taking away the last of its HP. The twin-headed Snake King dropped 4 items as it died. System: Twin-headed Snake King killed. Level difference of 5. EXP obtained increased by 500%. Obtained 5,000 EXP. Shifeng finally loosened his breath. As expected, a level 10 rare elite was extremely hard to deal with. If he did not possess the Silver Moonset equipment and the Tier 1 magic scroll, he would have been the one to die in this battle. Fortunately, Shifeng killed it. Amongst the 4 items dropped, there was the level 8 Mysterious Iron Staff, Song of Life, meant for clerics. Its overall attributes were quite good, and it also increased the levels of recovery skills by +1. It was absolutely a top-tier staff. The next item was a level 10 Bronze Cross Shield with average attributes. However, shields were considered rare items, so it was already pretty good that one dropped. The final 2 items were the Snake King's Gall and the Snake King's Skin. Both were rare materials in making poison and leather armor. The quest items had already been collected, so after some rest, Shifeng returned to turn in the quests. He obtained the rare forging materials, and his experience increased to 91% of level 5, just a little more before reaching level 6. Looking at the time, it was not long before the arranged meeting time. So, Shifeng started heading towards the level 8 area, Physis Canyon. Chapter 83, Second Meeting. Physis Canyon, a paradise on Earth, it was a place filled with lush green vegetation. Multiple streams of water flowed through the canyon, while flocks of birds flew in the sky above. The forest, as well, was filled with the sounds of hundreds of birds squabbling with each other. Although this place was beautiful, right now, there was not a single player that came here to level up. After all, the highest leveled player right now was just level 6. Normally, they would be safely leveling up in level 6 or level 7 areas. Physis Canyon was a level 8 monster area, and level 9 monsters could even be found in the inner areas. For a short period, there wouldn't be any players coming to disturb this place. More importantly, Shifeng was here for the unique quest Steel Fortress Barusha. This quest was extremely important for him to establish his future guild. In Shifeng's previous life, the player who completed this unique quest, just by relying on the quest rewards alone, increased a second-rate guild's standing to first-rate. However, now that Shifeng had received this unique quest, he would use it to benefit the guild he would establish. After entering the canyon, Shifeng used the demon's mask to alter his own appearance. He transformed the silvery white Silver Moon set equipment into a suit of shining pitch black set equipment. It could be called the Black Moon set equipment. Shifeng also altered his face into one of an older gentleman, his age around 26 to 27. He then donned a black cloak, his face hidden within the cloak. At first glance, his appearance exuded a strong sense of mystery, allowing others to think he was a man with a story. Shifeng's getup was somewhat similar to the Night Ranger, only he had 2 long swords hanging on his back rather than a simple black bow. Moreover, Shifeng was not of the Night Elf race. Now that Shifeng had disguised himself, nobody would be able to recognize who he was. Even with Gentle Snow's discerning eyes, it was impossible for her to recognize him. Arriving at the meeting location, Shifeng discovered Gentle Snow and her group had yet to arrive. Shifeng called out the system notifications, taking a look at the sales condition of the forging designs this time around. Sold out already? Shifeng looked at the series of notifications, his eyes almost shining. There were over 10 notifications from the auction house, and every one of them notified him that he had an increase of around 3 gold coins. Shi Feng auctioned a total of 20 pieces of forging designs, yet they were sold at an average price of 3 gold coins. One could just imagine how desperate these guilds were. However, compared to the price of 3 gold coins, these guilds that bought the forging designs could also, very quickly, earn that money back. God's domain had only officially started 3 days ago. Along with the increase in time, there would be more and more people joining God's domain. The number of new players might even exceed that of the old players. These new players were the main consumers, and the supply level 3 glimmer chestplates would be unable to meet the demand. In a short period, the value of the glimmer chestplate would not depreciate, and instead, its value might even increase. However, Shi Feng's goal had already been met, so he no longer planned to make more glimmer chestplate forging designs to earn money. Right now, his bag was holding over 50 gold coins. These coins were the entirety of the fluid funds of more than 10 large guilds. If Shi Feng were to use all of it to operate a guild, how formidable would this be? Unfortunately, money was not the only thing needed to operate a guild. Shi Feng took out 20 gold coins and registered them on the virtual trade center. After all, he couldn't just keep all those gold coins on hand. If he did that, he would be throwing money away. Based on the selling price right now, these 20 gold coins were worth 180,000 credits. Shi Feng did not imagine things would go so smoothly. He earned so many credits in just 3 short days. However, if he wanted to start a good workshop, such a small amount of money was still insufficient. To start up Shadow Workshop, Lan Hailong invested 5 million credits from the start. In the following month, he even invested over 10 million credits. One could just imagine how much money it took to start up a workshop, not to mention a guild with thousands or tens of thousands of members. However, after the workshop and guild were established, things would be greatly different. To a guild, hundreds of thousands of credits was nothing. Shi Feng still needed to earn a lot of money. Hence why Shi Feng had chosen to work with Gentle Snow secretly. "Are you Black Flame?" A voice as crisp as a jade falling to the ground came from behind Shi Feng. Shi Feng turned around, discovering Gentle Snow's beautiful figure walking over while sizing him up. Although it was their second time meeting, he was still unaccustomed to Gentle Snow's attentive gaze. In a slightly deep tone, Shi Feng said, "Correct. I am." Hearing Shi Feng's answer, moreover receiving the information proving Black Flame's identity, Gentle Snow's beautiful eyes focused. She secretly used an observation skill. Suddenly, Gentle Snow stared blankly. She was unable to discern Shi Feng's name. The information only showed him as an unknown level 5. Gentle Snow originally thought that Black Flame only had good forging skills, many lucky encounters, superior strategies, and relatively good gaming skills. She never imagined that Black Flame's gaming skills were not just the average kind of good. He was definitely a top-tier expert. Otherwise, he would not be able to obtain such a high-grade item. Special items that could hide a person's identity, even Ouroboros did not possess a single one of such an item. They had also never heard of any other first-rate guilds obtaining one. Meanwhile, not only did the mysterious man in front of her possess such an item, but Gentle Snow could also feel a powerful strength emanating from the equipment he was wearing. Even though the equipment's special effects were hidden, a single glance at the equipment's delicate make and the magical markings circling it told Gentle Snow that it was a set. In fact, Black Flame's equipment might not be any worse than hers. Her equipment was obtained through the efforts of the elite party behind her. How much time had they spent obtaining them? How did the man in front of her obtain such good equipment? Gentle Snow attentively gazed at Shi Feng. She was even starting to suspect whether or not Black Flame was a player or the leader of a mysterious organization. Otherwise, how would he possess such financial and physical resources to carry out all those tasks? His title of Chief Forger was even publicly acknowledged by the players of Star Moon Kingdom. Just carrying out tasks such as forging and organizing would take up most of his time, so how was it possible he obtained such a good set of equipment? "Hello, I am called Gentle Snow, first vice leader of Ouroboros." Gentle Snow stretched out her jade-white hand in a very formal manner. It was different from the casual meeting when Shifeng first met her, where she regarded Shifeng with a superior attitude. The party members behind Gentle Snow were all shocked. They never imagined their leader would actually take the initiative to shake hands with someone else. Was this older gentleman in front of them that powerful to necessitate such formality? Zhao Yueru, who stood behind Gentle Snow, was constantly sizing up Shifeng with her beautiful eyes. Prior to this meeting, Shifeng's series of performances had caused her to become very interested in him. Now that she was meeting him in person, she discovered that Shifeng's entire body was exuding a mature and calm feeling, causing others to pay attention to him inadvertently. Now that even Gentle Snow had given her approval, Zhao Yueru had a faintly better impression of him. "Hello, you can address me as Black Flame." Not wanting to act too aloof, Shifeng shook hands with Gentle Snow. He discovered that her hand was very soft and smooth as expected. If Blackie were to know of this incident, he would most likely shake Shifeng's hands, then not wash them for 3 days. The reason why Shifeng did not completely alter the Silver Moon set equipment's appearance was to awe and intimidate them. Seeing the satisfying results, Shifeng got right to the point and said, "I have contacted you this time to cooperate with your Ouroboros. I wonder what your opinion of this is? Of course, we welcome it very much. If you are willing to become the chief forger of our Ouroboros, just state your price," Gentle Snow said with confidence. She guessed that Shifeng would demand an exorbitant price. However, as long as they could successfully poach Shifeng, then everything would be worth it. Moreover, with her current influence, satisfying Shifeng's appetite was no problem at all. "Miss Snow, I think you are misunderstanding something here. I will not be joining your guild. Instead, I will be using an equal status to cooperate with your guild. If Miss Snow is unable to make this problem clear, we do not need to continue this discussion." Finished speaking, Shifeng turned to leave. Chapter 84, Horizon Alliance. Seeing as Shifeng was about to leave, the members from Ouroboros were stupefied. There was actually a man who would treat Gentle Snow in such a way. He even discarded the chance to work with Ouroboros without hesitation. Zhao Yueru panicked, her words caught in her mouth. She almost wanted to hold back Shifeng and mediate between them. Even the wise Gentle Snow had yet to speak. If Zhao Yueru took action herself, her standing out might cause the situation to worsen. So, without a better choice, she just pulled on Gentle Snow's arm, secretly reminding her. However, what Zhao Yueru did not know was that Gentle Snow was similarly stupefied. She did not imagine that Shifeng's goal from the start was not to join Ouroboros but to cooperate with them on equal standing. However, did Shifeng have the qualifications to do so? Ouroboros was not as simple as it looked. It was a colossus in the virtual gaming world. The resources in its possession were not something an average player could imagine. To be able to cooperate with Ouroboros with equal statuses, at the very least, they needed to be a first-rate guild equally. On the other hand, the man before Gentle Snow wanted to cooperate with Ouroboros on equal standings as if it were a matter of course. For him to be so confident, did this man truly have some sort of hidden power standing behind him? This was also not an impossibility. Being able to carry out this series of matters, in addition to obtaining such a set of equipment, was not something a person could do within such a short period. Black Flame definitely possessed the support of a great power. That's the only way he would be capable of causing the vicious competition that was happening right now. According to their guild statistics, the income Black Flame obtained from selling the forging designs exceeded 60 gold coins. Meanwhile, the fluid funds of a first-rate guild right now did not exceed even 3 gold coins. If this money were utilized properly, it would allow a first-rate guild to surpass the other first-rate guilds instantly. Becoming a super guild would not be a problem. Suddenly, Gentle Snow felt chills crawl down her spine. As the vice leader of Ouroboros, she actually failed to notice such a great hidden power. However, for a power to be unknown to her, one could just imagine how deep this power hid. Fortunately, she was able to discover it now. Whether they were a friend or a foe remained unknown. Please wait. Gentle Snow urged Shifeng to stay, saying, "You too should know that our Ouroboros is a first-rate guild. There are not many powers out there who possess the qualifications to work with us. If you can prove that you have the ability and capital and that your proposal would bring Ouroboros great benefits, then we can come to an agreement." Humph. Ouroboros sure does have a very big tone. You should know that the first-rate guilds that I can choose to cooperate with aren't just limited to you. Shifeng turned around and looked at Gentle Snow, acting as if he did not place Ouroboros in his eyes at all. Afterward, he took out one of the level 10 mysterious iron equipment forging designs that he bought from Blackbeard, waving it in front of Gentle Snow's face. He then said with a sneer, "I wonder what thoughts you will have after seeing this? Do you think I have enough qualifications?" How could it be? Gentle Snow could not believe what her eyes were seeing. Her heart was filled with extreme shock. How did you obtain a level 10 mysterious iron forging design? Right now, even the level 3 glimmer chestplate forging design was being fought over insanely. The value of the forging design in Shifeng's hands right now simply could not be imagined. To the elites of a guild, the level 3 glimmer chestplate forging design was not particularly useful. The main purpose of a guild obtaining it was just to earn money and nurture their own forgers, increasing the advantage that their guild possessed over others. However, when compared to the forging design that Shifeng was currently holding, the glimmer chestplate forging design was not even worth being mentioned. Led by one step, then lead to every other step. This was the natural law of the virtual gaming world. Every guild knew of this law. Trade secret. Don't think too much about it. Shifeng kept the forging design. If there aren't any other matters, then I'll be leaving. It was absolutely impossible for Gentle Snow to allow the person in front of her, who possesses a level 10 mysterious iron equipment forging design, to leave. Moreover, to allow him to cooperate with another first-rate guild. If she were to allow the other first-rate guilds to obtain him and mass-produce these pieces of equipment, equipping every elite member with it, then the competition for the kingdom's capital would no longer be necessary. Alright, I agree. State how we should cooperate then. Gentle Snow grit her teeth, yielding to Shifeng in the end. Hee, but I don't wish to cooperate with you anymore, Shifeng said in a deep tone. Boo? Gentle Snow's expression suddenly turned cold. However, very quickly she calmed back down. She no longer had her high and aloof attitude, her face revealing a calm smile as she said, "I apologize for my previous poor manners. I wonder if you can reconsider? Our Ouroboros is willing to pay double the price of the other guilds." Shifeng nodded his head, saying with a smile, "All right then, seeing as you are so sincere." After this scene, everyone else thought that they had heard wrong. The incomparably proud snow goddess actually surrendered. Moreover, she even apologized for her previous behavior. How terrifying was this black flame? Currently, Zhao Yueru's eyes were shining as they looked at Black Flame with admiration. She knew full well how proud and intelligent Gentle Snow was. Since meeting her, Zhao Yueru had never seen a person who could make Gentle Snow apologize. "I wonder how you wish to cooperate?" Gentle Snow sent a glare towards the snickering Zhao Yueru behind her, then looked back at Shifeng and asked. "It's very simple. I am planning to establish a loose lifestyle organization called Horizon Alliance and recruit all sorts of lifestyle players. You just need to help me advertise it and spread its influence, and I'll give your guild a discounted price. I'll even sell you equipment and tools that are unavailable to the public," Shifeng unhurriedly said. "You really want to establish such an organization?" Gentle Snow was slightly shocked. Although she did not think highly of Shifeng, the terms he stated were very attractive. Zhao Yueru's eyes widened in shock. She unbelievably looked at Shifeng, feeling he was too insane. After everyone else heard Shifeng, they all thought that Shifeng simply had too much money to waste. He was actually trying to establish such an organization. Shifeng's plan was truly outrageous. It was utterly impossible to unify all the lifestyle players. The financial resources, physical resources, and manpower required to carry out such a feat were simply too great. Every guild has been nurturing their own lifestyle players. Moreover, they only recruited the elites among them in order to avoid wasting resources. That meant that the leftover lifestyle players were just mob characters, and there wouldn't be a big effect if all of them gathered together. The resources needed to nurture these lifestyle players were even more needless. There was not a single guild out there who was willing to bear such a price. Of course, if it were to succeed, the profits would be truly unimaginable. You don't have to worry about this. When the time comes, I will naturally notify you to help me advertise the organization and spread its influence. In any case, you all don't have anything to lose. Of course, I will give you all some remuneration in advance. 10 glimmer chestplate forging designs should be enough for your guild to nurture quite a few forgers. If Shi Feng were to advertise the organization himself, not to mention how much time it would waste, the effects would not be that great. He would need a lot of time to increase the organization's influence. However, it was a different story if Ouroboros were the ones advertising the organization. They could practically cover the entire Star Moon Kingdom, greatly shortening the process of gathering influence. Gentle Snow gave Shi Feng's offer some thought. It was not much work for them to do the advertising. They could also obtain 10 glimmer chestplate forging designs now, allowing them to widen the gap between Ouroboros and the other guilds. They would also be able to nurture a large batch of lifestyle players, earning even more coins. As for the matter of establishing such a lifestyle alliance, nurturing lifestyle players in large batches meant it was a process of constantly spending money. It wouldn't be long before such a plan would collapse. Nurturing lifestyle players was an extremely tough task. If Shi Feng did not possess the resource and financial support from a large guild, it would be very hard for him to obtain any achievements. Following which, Gentle Snow signed a contract with Shi Feng, stating that she was willing to help Shi Feng spread his organization's influence throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. After doing so, Shi Feng must repay her with 100 pieces of level 10 mysterious iron equipment. At the same time, Ouroboros will be able to purchase equipment and tools from Shi Feng at the discounted price. Gentle Snow looked rather happy after receiving the 10 glimmer chestplate forging designs. She passed the forging designs to an assassin, letting him take the forging designs back to the guild. Then she looked toward Shi Feng, inviting him. I see that the number of humanoid monsters is quite high here. Although their levels are slightly higher, it is a good place to level up. Why don't you level up with us? It would be much faster than leveling up by yourself. Chapter 85, Birdman. Gentle Snow's invite caused both Zhao Yueru and Xiao Yuer to pay attention. Shi Feng's strength must definitely be great. However, they have never specifically seen him in action, so they were extremely curious about his capabilities. They wanted to experience the strength of the rumored chief forger of Star Moon Kingdom. Right? Join our party, Big Brother Black Flame. Our party members are all very skilled, so our leveling efficiency will be a lot higher, Xiao Yuer said from the side. Zhao Yueru sent a glare toward Xiao Yuer. The girl actually made the statement before she could. Xiao Yuer hid behind Gentle Snow, cutely sticking her little tongue out at Zhao Yueru. Zhao Yueru stamped her feet in anger, causing her chest to bounce indefinitely. If it were not for Black Flame being present, she would have taught this little girl a lesson right this instant. Although the beauties were filled with interest in Shi Feng's strength, the remaining 2 male players had their fighting spirits raised instead. Just what did Shi Feng possess to earn the attention of the 3 beauties? Suddenly, a heart of competition grew within them. They looked at Shi Feng with a provocative expression, not believing that they were any worse than Shi Feng. Regarding these provocative glances, Shi Feng paid no attention to them. He said in a low tone, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Miss Snow. However, I have a quest that I need to do here, so I can't level up with everyone." "A quest, is it?" Gentle Snow was slightly shocked. This place was a level 8 monster area, so she was extremely curious about this quest Shi Feng possessed. However, trying to ask about someone else's secret would be impolite, so she formally said, "Then, we won't disturb you anymore. If you need help, just ask. Although we don't know how much help we could be, we will still try our best to assist you." Feng smiled faintly when he heard Gentle Snow's offer. It was naturally good news that there was someone willing to help him. It would not be an easy task entering the Steel Fortress Barusha. There would definitely be monsters there, and it would take Feng a long time to deal with them by himself. If there were such a powerful party helping him, then he would be able to save a lot of time. That's great. I need to go to a certain place. However, there are a lot of monsters there, so it won't be easy for me to enter by myself. Can you all help me clear the area? Feng implored. Originally, Gentle Snow was still thinking of a way to deepen the relationship between them and Feng. Never would she have thought that Feng would actually take the initiative to ask them for help. Gentle Snow quickly said, "Okay, I'll invite you to the party. You lead the way." Feng accepted the invite, joining Gentle Snow's party. Under Feng's guidance, the party of players quickly arrived at the core region of Physis Canyon. We'll arrive after passing through this forest. However, the number of birdmen here is very high. They are all living up in the trees and are hard to detect, so you all have to pay attention to the birdmen descending at any time. If they catch you in their talons, they will carry you high up into the air, then throw you your death, Feng informed as he walked. It's just a bunch of birdmen. What's there to be afraid of? Watch how we'll take care of these birdmen. The shield warrior of the party clapped his chest, speaking in a disdainful tone. Feng spoke no more, only silently pushed aside the tree leaves that hindered his path. However, Gentle Snow was not careless. Instead, she commanded, "Everyone, pay attention to the air above. Protect the healer." Yes. The two male players immediately turned serious, not daring to be careless. They tightly guarded Xiao Yuer's sides. As long as Xiao Yuer survived, she would be able to revive them after leaving the battle. That way, the EXP and skill proficiency lost would be massively reduced. As expected, not a moment later, four white-feathered birdmen descended from the treetops. The sharp talons on both of their feet shot down with shocking speed, like an eagle hunting its prey, catching the male ranger in an instant. The remaining party members reacted quickly, either using their weapons to block the talons or avoiding them completely. Get rid of them. Yueru, attack the birdman that caught Little Song. Yuer, stay in the back. Gentle Snow shouted orders. She used Whirlwind Slash on two birdmen. However, the two birdmen reacted very quickly, avoiding the attack by flying up into the air. Following which, Gentle Snow used Charge, running to save the male ranger named Little Song. Although the twin daggers in Little Song's hands constantly retaliated, the talons of the birdman were too hard. No matter what he did, he could not hack away the talons gripping his shoulders. Although he wanted to attack the birdman directly, his position prevented him from landing a hit on the monster's body. He could only helplessly dangle, slowly rising into the air. Zhao Yuer used a flame explosion on the level 9 birdman's wings, causing -53 damage. The flames burned away some of the birdman's feathers, causing the birdman to plummet from the sky instantly. Gentle Snow was already waiting down below by the time the birdman landed. She directed a cleave at the birdman's neck, sending the birdman and its prey flying with the attack and causing -61 damage. Facing the level 9 birdman, Zhao Yueru and Gentle Snow dealing such a high amount of damage despite the level difference of 4 levels was quite good. The injured birdman looked pitiful. However, Birdman had a total of 1000 HP. Just this amount of damage was nothing to it. It would be better again after rubbing some spit on its wounds. Moreover, it was the first time Gentle Snow and the others dealt with the attack patterns of flying monsters. They did not know any effective attack patterns and battle techniques. Although Gentle Snow's party managed to save the ranger, they were still at a disadvantage against the 4 birdmen hovering in the sky. Aside from Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru, who managed to deal over 50 damage to the birdmen, the damages dealt by the ranger and the shield warrior did not exceed 20. However, it was not because they were weak, but because the birdmen were wearing leather armor. Their defense was not low. In addition to the level suppression, the 2 male players would be unable to deal any significant damage. What is this brat trying to do? He still hasn't helped out after all this time. He is even watching from the side. Is he just a paper tiger? The shield warrior, unable to stand by idly and watch, ridiculed Shi Feng in a soft tone. However, just as the shield warrior finished speaking, Shi Feng took action. With an abrupt leap, Shi Feng jumped past the trees, arriving in the treetops. Now that Shi Feng's agility had reached 40 points, in addition to activating the hidden skill, flying steps, he was able to leap around the treetops effortlessly like a martial arts expert. His swords then landed on the birdmen flying in midair, one after another. Every slash from Shi Feng's swords caused -160 damage, at least triple the amount of what Gentle Snow and the others dealt. This caused the shield warrior and ranger to shut their mouths immediately. Xiao Yue watched Shi Feng leaping around the forest with a face filled with admiration, both her eyes glistening radiantly. Zhao Yueru, as well, was slightly captivated. Black Flame was definitely not like some person who had dogshit luck. Only Gentle Snow remained very calm. However, Shi Feng's way of battle had truly given her some enlightenment. She felt that her previous ways of battling were inflexible, unable to accommodate different situations. However, she was not to blame for this. The previous virtual reality games that were available did not contain such a flexible battle styles. It would not be easy for her to change in such a short period. A short moment later, 4 of the hovering birdmen fell dead. Their bodies fell heavily to the ground, dropping several copper coins and some light feathers. Let's go. Shi Feng sheathed his pair of swords after landing on the ground. He then walked in the direction of his destination. Big Brother Black Flame, don't walk so quickly. Teach me how to battle as well, alright? Xiao Yue excitedly chased after Shi Feng, hugging Shi Feng's arm and shaking it. This is a technique for melee jobs. You don't need to learn it as a cleric. Shi Feng did not think that Xiao Yue would be so easygoing and unrestrained. She was completely different from the distinguished person she would be several years later. You little girl. Just a moment and you're already making trouble. Didn't Big Brother Black Flame already say it? You're not suited for it. Zhao Yueru pulled Xiao Yue away, panting in rage. Unconsciously, the way she referred to Shi Feng had changed as well, suddenly becoming much more intimate. Chapter 86, Mechanical Army. Watching Shi Feng's back, Gentle Snow grit her teeth. When she thought about the horrifying amount of damage Shi Feng previously dealt and his extraordinary battle methods, she suddenly felt Shi Feng was even more opaque to her than before. She knew all of the top-tier experts in the virtual gaming world. However, she had never heard of a top-tier expert such as Black Flame. The equipment she was currently wearing could be considered the pinnacle amongst the current players. Both she and Shi Feng were level 5 as well. However, the difference in their damage was actually so large. Just how excellent was Shi Feng's equipment? Could it be that he was wearing a full set of level 5 mysterious iron set equipment? What Gentle Snow did not know was that the Silver Moon set equipment Shi Feng wore was the best set equipment for swordsmen below level 10. Its attributes were much better than level 5 mysterious iron set equipment. In addition, Shi Feng possessed a magic weapon and a secret silver weapon. Also, because of the effects of the Abyssal Blade, Shi Feng could deal damage to the birdmen while ignoring the level suppression. So, his damage would naturally be extremely high. On their way through the forest, the number of birdmen they met constantly grew. However, even if they were to face more than 10 birdmen at a time, these birdmen would still be killed off very quickly. Such a result was because of Shi Feng's horrifying damage in addition to the shield warrior holding off the monsters and Gentle Snow and the others becoming more familiar with the battles. The leveling efficiency of Gentle Snow's party right now was much higher than before Shi Feng joined them. Half an hour later, Shi Feng and the others finally arrived at the Ruined Lands. Although it was called the Ruined Lands, in reality, it was just a gigantic crater. Cave systems of various depths and sizes could be found inside the crater. If one entered deep into a cave, they would easily become lost within it. Big Brother Black Flame, is this the place where you have to do your quest? Zhao Yueru moved closer to Shi Feng's side, flipping her fine black hair and asking in a soft tone. After being in such a close range with the witch, Zhao Yueru, and seeing deep cleavage revealed by her red robes, it was impossible for Shi Feng not to have thoughts about it. Even if he did not possess any evil intentions, it became much harder for him to pretend to be profound now. And we'll reach it once we go down this path. However, there are too many birdmen circling in the sky, so won't be easy to get over there. Shi Feng deliberately shifted his gaze to a side, watching the sky above the canyon that led towards the large crater. The shield warrior and ranger no longer belittled Shi Feng's reminder this time. Instead, they held a hint of reverence towards Shi Feng now. Taking precautions, they looked towards the birdmen in the sky. On the way to this place, it was only thanks to Shi Feng that the two of them did not end up dead. Watching Shi Feng take the first step, entering the narrow canyon, a faint smile appeared on Zhao Yueru's face. She kept on having a familiar feeling when she looked at Shi Feng. This was the first time she felt this sort of sensation. Soon after, Zhao Yueru followed Shi Feng tightly into the canyon. Gentle Snow only smiled sweetly at this scene. How could she not know Zhao Yueru's thoughts? There were extremely few situations where Zhao Yueru was interested in a man in such a way. Of course, if Zhao Yueru could enchant Shi Feng, pulling him into Ouroboros, that too would be advantageous. Although there were a lot of birdmen in the canyon, Gentle Snow's party had become increasingly familiar with dealing with these monsters. It was especially true for Gentle Snow. She was a genius. She had already learned Shi Feng's battle methods after only seeing them a few times. She used the cliff walls to jump back and forth, and every time she brandished her blade, she would strike a birdman from the air, sending it to the ground. Moreover, she was able to dodge and avoid the talons and fierce attacks of the birdmen in midair. Even without Shi Feng's help, Gentle Snow's party could get rid of all Theses birdmen. After continuously killing several hundred birdmen, a flash of golden light appeared around Shi Feng's body. It was easiest for a ranged player to lure monsters. Moreover, based on her skills, even if the monsters were tightly packed together, she would still be able to lure only 2 to 3 of them over. Their party would also be able to dispose of the monsters easily. Hold on, Shi Feng suddenly pulled Zhao Yueru back. Is there something wrong? Zhao Yueru asked. The others looked towards Shi Feng, puzzled. Could it be that Shi Feng did not believe in Zhao Yueru's skills? Shi Feng was very clear with the difficulty of this place. However, Zhao Yueru and the others did not know that these mechanical monsters were all weapons of war made by the dwarven civilization. If Zhao Yueru were to go and lure the monsters without knowing this, it would only lead to a party wipe. The mechanical monsters are extremely troublesome to deal with. Their aggro range is extremely wide. There is no need to mention their defense and attack power. If you were to try and lure one, at least 10 more would follow. With the level suppression, we will definitely be unable to take on that many of them at once. I have another idea. Which one of you here has a movement speed of over 14 points? My movement speed is 17. Little Song has also reached 14 points. Gentle Snow answered even though she did not understand why Shi Feng asked such a question. You and Little Song both use a speed scroll. In a moment, lure all of the surrounding mechanical monsters and gather them in a single location. Then leave the rest to me. Shi Feng took out 2 speed scrolls. With these items, based on the mechanical monster's speed, the mechanical monsters would definitely be unable to catch up to the 2 of them. After associating with Shi Feng for some time, Gentle Snow knew that Shi Feng was not one to spout nonsense. He definitely must have his own reasonings. Hence, she and Little Song both used the speed scrolls, the 2 of them starting to lure the monsters from both sides. Chapter 87, Flame Blade Dance. Gentle Snow and Little Song started luring monsters from 2 sides. Before they even came close to the 30-yard range, the monsters discovered the 2 of them. The monsters' eyes flashed a red glow, all of them turning their heads and staring at the intruders. Alert! Alert! Intruders detected! After the alarm rang out, all of the mechanical golems and mechanical warriors within a 40-yard radius were alerted. The surrounding mechanical monsters locked onto the two players, and within a moment, the two were being chased by hundreds of mechanical golems and mechanical warriors. Zhao Yueru was secretly shocked at seeing this. Fortunately, she did not rashly act and lure the monsters. Otherwise, they would definitely party wipe. Big Brother Black Flame, there won't be a problem luring the monsters in such a way, right? Zhao Yueru saw that Gentle Snow and Little Song were both being chased closely after by the mechanical army. If they had not run away in time, they might have already been dead by now. Relax. With the speed scroll in effect, these mechanical monsters won't be able to catch up to them, Shi Feng said confidently. After some time, as expected, not a single one of the mechanical monsters caught up to the two. Everything happened just as Shi Feng predicted. After luring all the surrounding mechanical monsters, the two of them circled the large, empty crater, while the mechanical golems and mechanical warriors chased them without stop. The two of them were very adept at luring monsters. Within a short moment, they had merged the two waves of mechanical monsters into a single wave. Inwardly, Zhao Yueru was speechless. She too had a speed scroll. However, this item was just too expensive. Even if it was her party members, each of them only possessed one speed scroll for the purpose of saving their own lives. She never imagined that Shi Feng could easily take out two of them. Moreover, he was only using it to lure monsters. It was truly an extravagant use. However, it was true that, with this added speed scroll, the two of them were able to lure all of the monsters safely. Now, though, the real problem had arrived. After luring so many monsters, how were they going to deal with them? They did not possess any AoE magic, and even if they did, they would not dare to use it. Doing so would cause disorder to the control of hatred, as their MT did not learn an advanced skill such as Crowd Mock. At that time, everyone would just die. Shi Feng naturally knew the question everyone was thinking. However, he only revealed a mysterious smile as he walked forward. In 10 seconds, both of you lure all the monsters to the center, Shi Feng said in the party chat. Understood, Gentle Snow answered. Finished speaking, Shi Feng took out a delicate, dark red scroll, then spreading it open in one go. Incantations were written throughout the inside of the scroll. Just the light coming from the incantations was enough to cause the fire mana in the surroundings to surge. After seeing this, even an amateur would know that the item Shi Feng took out was not simple. As an elementalist, Zhao Yueru's face was filled with shock. Just what kind of magic scroll was this? The magic scrolls sold by the magic shops were definitely unable to create such a feat. Just the incantations alone were enough to cause the fire mana of the surrounding area to gather quickly, becoming incomparably violent. Such a gathering of fire mana was even stronger than the fire dragon's roar she used by several times. If Shi Feng were to release it, who knew how strong it would be? At this moment, Shi Feng activated the magic scroll and pulled out the abyssal blade. Suddenly, the fire mana collected above the magic scroll poured down like mercury, and streak after streak of flames over 10 meters in length penetrated the abyssal blade. Magnificent flames then burst out of the abyssal blade's form, suddenly transforming into a sword of flame. It faintly released the cry of a phoenix, resounding throughout the surroundings. Naturally, everyone noticed such a vast and mighty power. Nobody thought Shi Feng would actually still have such a hidden ace in the hold. In fact, Shi Feng did not wish to use this Tier 2 magic scroll. He would have one less after every use. Moreover, Shi Feng had only harvested 4 such items from all of Moonlight Forest. Now that he had used one, he only had 3 remaining. At this time, Gentle Snow and Little Song had already lured all of the mechanical monsters to the central region of the crater. They then ran towards Shi Feng. The mechanical monsters were coming in closer and closer, 40 yards, 30 yards, 20 yards, 10 yards. However, Shi Feng had still not taken any action. He was only standing there, silently, with his hand holding the dazzling and burning hot sword. Just as Gentle Snow and Little Song ran past Shi Feng abruptly took action, slashing out his burning blade. Tier 2 magic, Flame Blade Dance. In the blink of an eye, Shi Feng's slash released countless crimson flames. The scorching flames were like an ocean, instantly swallowing the entire mechanical army. The cone-shaped flames burned everything in a 60-yard distance to ash. Even if the mechanical warriors had 3,000 HP, they were still unable to withstand the damage from this move as they all turned into a pile of scrap metal. Meanwhile, Shifeng's experience abruptly increased by a large chunk, rising to 37% of level 6. The other party members had also broken through from level 5, one after another, all of them reaching level 6. Their leveling speed was just too awesome. Everyone's gazes then went towards the loot littering the ground, joy immediately rushing up to their heads. Shifeng was just too awesome. He used a single move to kill level 9 elite monsters instantly. Although he depended on an external item to do so, being able to obtain such an item was still proof of his ability. If they were to go through this process again several more times, they would be able to reach level 10 at any minute. At this moment, Gentle Snow, as well, was rejoicing at her choice to aid Shifeng in his quest. Just the EXP they obtained alone profited them big time. Big Brother Black Flame, what kind of scroll did you use? It was actually so powerful. Zhao Yueru blinked her eyes at Shifeng, asking curiously. A Tier 2 magic scroll, Shifeng casually said. Big Brother Black Flame, where can I buy it? Zhao Yueru was captivated by this magic scroll after seeing its destructive capabilities. It would be worth it even if she had to spend 10 silver coins to buy one. Shifeng shook his head, saying with a smile, this item can't be bought. It will only appear by chance when opening a high-grade treasure chest. Oh, Zhao Yueru was slightly disappointed. Shifeng might have spat out blood if he knew Zhao Yueru thought of buying the Tier 2 magic scroll for only 10 silver coins. Nobody would sell a Tier 2 magic scroll. That was because this item was just too valuable. If used at a crucial point, it was possible to create a comeback situation. In Shifeng's previous life, there were many large guilds who offered 2 to 3 gold coins for Tier 2 magic scrolls but still failed to purchase any. If it were not due to the importance of this quest, Shifeng would not have been willing to use this scroll. Gentle Snow originally wished to find out more about the magic scroll, as this item was truly too useful. However, after hearing Shifeng's tone, it was clear that he was feeling heartache over having used the item. Even the rich and overbearing chief forger was feeling heartache. One could just imagine how rare this item was. However, when Gentle Snow heard that she could obtain such an item from a high-grade treasure chest, she thought to herself that she would let the players from her guild make a note of it. Following which, everyone else started cleaning up the loot. There were plenty of elite monsters amongst the over 800 mechanical monsters, so there were many items dropped. Amongst them, there was no lack of level 7 to level 8 common equipment. There were even over 30 pieces of bronze equipment and several skill books. You killed all these monsters and we were not of much help. So, we won't be taking any of the equipment or skill books. Gentle Snow traded all the items to Shifeng after she finished arranging the loots. However, the shield warrior started drooling when he looked at all the equipment for MTs. He was extremely reluctant to part with them. However, he also did not dare have any objections to give everything to Shifeng. You all helped out quite a lot. Let's split according to job requirements. As for these skill books, I'll be taking them. Shifeng only kept all of the skill books because he discovered a special skill, precision throw, amongst them. This skill was extremely useful to him. As for the bronze equipment, they were worth but a few gold coins, so they were not as valuable to him. The equipment he was currently wearing was the Silver Moon set equipment. Shifeng did not plan on changing equipment while he was below level 10. As for Blackie and the others, he would obtain equipment that would better suit them. Although the equipment did not serve much purpose to Shifeng, they were very useful to Gentle Snow. I would feel embarrassed if I were to accept them vainly. How about I purchase all of them? I currently don't have enough game coins on hand. Could I pay using credits? Gentle Snow, not wishing to owe Shifeng a favor, softly asked. Paying with credits is fine as well. Shifeng was naturally very willing. In a short moment, Gentle Snow had transferred 50,000 credits to Shifeng, enriching Shifeng quite a lot once more. What about the remaining mechanical knights? Are you going to use a magic scroll again? Gentle Snow looked towards the over 100 mechanical knights guarding the large gate, asking in anticipation. A Tier 2 magic scroll can't get rid of them. Moreover, I don't need to kill them to enter into that place. I just need to lure them away. When Shifeng heard Gentle Snow saying so, his forehead couldn't help but sweat. Tier 2 magic scrolls weren't just some kind of cabbage he could waste. Leave it to me then. Gentle Snow looked at the terrain and entered into deep thought. She felt that there should be no problem in accomplishing the task. Here are some speed scrolls and return scrolls. As long as you run out of the crater, they will not continue chasing. After leaving the battle, you all can use the return scrolls to leave this place, Shifeng explained and took out several scrolls. Seeing that they were about to part from each other, Zhao Yueru felt unwillingness in her heart. She did not know why, but she could feel a sense of ease and security when she was with Shifeng. Big brother Black Flame, let's add each other as friends. We're going to enter a level 5 dungeon tomorrow, so how about you come and join us? Zhao Yueru suddenly said. Gentle Snow was faintly astonished. She looked at Zhao Yueru with a helpless smile. However, she felt that this was not really a bad choice. With Shifeng around, their chances of clearing the level 5 dungeon would be even greater. Shifeng did not think that this which would actually want to add him as a friend. Moreover, she even invited him to dive into a dungeon. This behavior of hers right now was just way too different from before. We can add each other as friends, but I have some things to do tomorrow. We'll dive into a dungeon together when I have time in the future. Shifeng tactically rejected the invitation. After all, he couldn't suddenly multiply himself into 2 people. As for the matter of adding each other as friends, Shifeng possessed another independent circle of friends after donning the demon mask. So, others would not be able to discover any issues. Let us add each other as friends then, Zhao Yueru softly bit her lips. She was slightly disappointed that she would not be able to dive into a dungeon with Shifeng immediately. However, it was still good that she could add him as a friend. She would be able to contact him more easily in the future. System, do you wish to accept Flaming Moon's friend request? Shifeng hit accept, and the name Flaming Moon entered Black Flame's friend window. Afterward, Shifeng headed towards the left side of the gate. At this moment, Gentle Snow had already arrived at the gate's right side, prepared to lure the mechanical knights. Elder Sister Yueru, let us leave first. We can just leave the rest to Elder Sister Snow, Zhao Yueru softly said when she noticed that Zhao Yueru remained motionless. I got it. Zhao Yueru, after taking another glance at Shifeng's back, turned around and left. Seeing that Shifeng was ready, Gentle Snow activated the speed scroll and rushed at the level 10 mechanical knights. Halfway there, the eyes of mechanical knights in front of the large gate shone brightly. Their enormous bodies started moving, and all of them had their eyes focused on Gentle Snow. Gentle Snow immediately halted her steps. She then turned around and escaped. The mechanical knights bellowed in rage as they moved their large figures, chasing after Gentle Snow. Only when all of the mechanical knights left did Shifeng hastily run towards the large steel gates. Although Gentle Snow had lured the mechanical knights away, the amount of time they could be lured was limited. Moreover, they would not fall for the same trick the next time, so Shifeng had to seize the opportunity. Arriving at the large gate, Shifeng found a moss-covered keyhole. He then inserted the broken obsidian crystal given to him by Blackbeard. The fortress key had already been stored away for almost a millennium. Blackbeard also mentioned that the key might not be able to open the gates. However, it was still worth a try. The surrounding steel walls around the furnace were linked together with steel stairs, and at the bottom of the furnace was an endlessly deep pool of water. However, Shifeng did not head along the stairs towards the next exit. Instead, he leaped and jumped towards the pool. Halfway down, Shifeng activated gravity liberation. His falling speed sharply reduced, his body slowly descending like a feather's. During his descent, Shifeng suddenly noticed a passage on the walls. The passage could barely allow a person to enter. However, the information Shi Feng had collected in his previous life did not mention such a passage. Hence, Shi Feng slowly floated over, accurately landing in the hidden passageway. There is actually a treasure chest here. Did none of those people notice it last time? Shi Feng discovered that, in the deepest part of the passageway, there was a large pitch-black steel chest. Many runes were carved onto the chest, and a glance was enough to tell it was not just a simple chest. After observing it in detail, Shi Feng determined that the chest was a mysterious iron treasure chest. However, Shi Feng did not rush to open the treasure chest. Instead, he used Phantom Kill, allowing his doppelganger to go over and take a look. Just as the doppelganger started activating the treasure chest, the surrounding steel walls shot out countless flying arrows. The doppelganger was killed in an instant, giving Shi Feng a scare. Fortunately, Shi Feng had made it a habit to be cautious and prudent when in God's domain. Otherwise, he would have really died. Such types of traps were normally one-time uses. However, Shi Feng did not rush. In any case, the chest wouldn't run away, so he might as well wait until Phantom Kill's cooldown finished, then use his doppelganger to open the treasure chest. This time, the doppelganger had managed to open the treasure chest safely. With no more dangers present, Shi Feng walked over to the chest and took out its contents. Inside, there was a mysterious iron-ranked Blackstone shield. It was absolutely a top-tier level 10 shield. Blackstone shield, mysterious iron rank. Level 10. Equipment requirement, strength 25. Defense plus 69. Defend rate 29%. Strength plus 7, endurance plus 10. HP plus 200. After equipping, all damage received from the front will be reduced by 10%. There was also a mysterious iron mastery book. When used, players would randomly receive 10 to 50 free mastery points. This item was several times rarer than the Blackstone shield. That was because mastery points could last a player forever, while the Blackstone shield could not. Hopefully my luck won't be too bad, Shi Feng slightly prayed before selecting to use the mastery book. Following which, the system started displaying a pile of random numbers ranging from 10 to 50. As long as Shi Feng yelled stop, the final number to appear would be the number of mastery points he would obtain. It was something similar to Russian roulette. In Shi Feng's previous life, many experts collected various kinds of mastery books to increase their weapon mastery. However, mastery books were just too rare, and even with money, one may not necessarily be able to buy it. Most players that obtained a mastery book would use it instead of selling it. After all, it was extremely hard to obtain a single free mastery point. Shi Feng had once seen a person who was fortunate enough to obtain a fine gold mastery book. Many players looked at that person with immense envy, and some were even willing to spend 1,000,000 credits to buy the mastery book from that person. However, that person refused to sell and instead used the mastery book for himself. The range of free mastery points provided by the fine gold mastery book was between 30 to 200. Originally, everyone thought this fellow had very good luck. However, that person only obtained 31 free mastery points, in the end, becoming a laughingstock to everyone. The points he obtained was no better than a mysterious iron mastery book. Looking at the numbers constantly spinning, Shi Feng's heart madly thumped, not knowing what number would come out. Stop! Shi Feng shouted. The wheel of numbers abruptly halted, and Shi Feng peered open his eyes and took a look. 32 points. A relatively good number. Shi Feng had just effortlessly obtained 32 free mastery points, which was the equivalent of the free mastery points he would obtain by leveling up to level 20. Shi Feng opened his one-handed sword mastery window. Currently, his one-handed sword mastery was still at 20 points, placing him at the level of basic swordsman and increasing his base damage by 10%. If including the 8 free mastery points he obtained for leveling up to level 5, and the 5 points he had remaining from before, he now had a total of 45 free mastery points. Shi Feng immediately added 30 mastery points to his one-handed sword mastery. Instantly, his one-handed sword mastery rose to the level of an intermediate swordsman, increasing his base damage by 15%. As for becoming an advanced swordsman, he was still 50 points away from doing so. Although it was just a 5% increase in base damage, it should not be taken lightly. This base damage would be magnified many times after factoring in the bonuses from skills. Often, the gap present between a top-tier expert and a normal expert was due to the difference in base damages. At this stage of the game, there might only be a fragment of experts who have reached basic mastery. Shi Feng had already reached intermediate mastery, leading them by a lot. Just as Shi Feng was about to continue advancing deeper into the steel fortress, the fortress alarm rang out. Chapter 89, Baruch's Core Area. Alert! Alert! There is an intruder in Area F. Activating self-defense system. Before Shi Feng could celebrate his gains, a bucket of cold water dumped over his head by this loud voice. He did not think that there would be such a trap after opening the treasure chest. Just after arriving at the passage's exit, Shi Feng discovered that the passages leading to the other areas of the steel fortress were all sealed off, preventing him from entering. Meanwhile, the water level of the pool below started rising, and according to its speed, it would not be long before the passage flooded. Without hesitation, Shi Feng took out a bottle of underwater breathing potion, drinking it. The potion allowed players to breathe underwater for 20 minutes. Following which, Shi Feng immediately leaped into the pool, diving towards the deepest region. After swimming down for over 10 minutes, Shi Feng finally saw a dark passage. However, the water currents from there flowed rapidly, and it would not be easy for Shi Feng to approach the passage. After spending a long period and drinking a second bottle of underwater breathing potion, Shi Feng managed to crawl his way towards the passage entrance with much difficulty. Following which, he was washed away by the rapidly flowing water, his body unable to move as the current continuously pushed him along the passageway. After flowing along the water currents for several minutes, Shi Feng was thrown out of the passage and landed in another large pool. Near a wall of the large pool, some stairs spiraled upward. As long as he went up these stairs, he would arrive at the core of the fortress. Shi Feng swam towards the stairway. He then looked at the time. It was almost 8 o'clock in the morning now, and since locating the Titan's heart was not accomplishable in a short amount of time, Shi Feng immediately called out the system interface and chose to log out. Upon waking up early in the morning, the first thing Shi Feng did was train his body. This action had long since deeply ingrained in his bones. However, he could clearly feel that his body was different from yesterday. His body no longer felt stiff, and instead, it felt extremely refreshed. The positive effects of the C-rank nutrient fluids he drank were evident. The fluid was slowly altering his body's condition. Strike the iron while it's hot. Shi Feng then started working out, doing sit-ups, push-ups and other muscle-strengthening actions. After working out for over an hour, Shi Feng still did not feel tired. On the contrary, his body felt comfortably warm, as if there were an inexhaustible amount of energy within him. However, he did not continue training his body. Instead, he went downstairs to have a meal. Desperately working out was not necessarily a good thing. It needed to be done in moderation, as overworking his body would only yield opposite effects. After going through a night's struggle, the gold coins he sold and the credits he obtained from gentle snow filled his current bank account with over 200,000 credits. A night of his efforts was worth 2 months of salary of an executive from a big company. This was the power of God's domain that had turned around the virtual economy. After a year, becoming rich overnight in God's domain was not a strange affair whatsoever. Unfortunately, not many enterprises had discovered this fact yet. By the time they did discover it, they would have lagged far behind those companies that invested in God's domain in the beginning. After eating, Shi Feng made a trip to the bank. He specifically retrieved 30,000 credits, intending to buy the virtual reality helmets he rented. Otherwise, if he were to leave it and forget about it, he would eventually be forced out of the game. At that time, he would have to wait until the next working day before handling the necessary procedures, and only after could he continue playing. Currently, the game was in a sprinting stage. If Shi Feng were to fall behind by a day, it would be extremely difficult for him to catch back up. It was also a good chance for Shi Feng to invite Blackie out for a stroll. If Blackie always hid inside his dormitory, his body was bound to have problems. There were very few people on the streets of the university early in the morning. There were only some sports societies doing their morning exercises, warming up for their workout later on. Watching these university students that radiated youth, Shi Feng felt an unreal feeling. It was as if the 10 years he spent battling in God's domain were just an illusion that would vanish with just a touch. Walking along the roadside, Shi Feng admired the university campus as he headed towards Blackie's dormitory. He was experiencing the sceneries on the campus that he paid no attention to in his previous life. As he was about to enter into Blackie's dormitory, Shi Feng heard sounds of laughter coming from within. "Blackie, weren't you extremely confident in getting into Shadow Workshop before? I've been waiting for you for several days now, so why haven't I seen you there yet?" "Wu Yi, haven't I already said it before? I joined another workshop, so I didn't participate in Shadow's test." "Blackie, don't try to trick me. Where in the entire Jinhai University is there another workshop? What is it called? How many members does it have? Who established it? Can you tell me that? If they treat players well, I might even decide to join." Being asked in such a way, Blackie suddenly realized that Shi Feng did not actually tell him the name of their workshop. As for the number of members, taking everything into account, there were exactly 6 people. Not to mention having a workshop to play God's domain, they possessed absolutely nothing right now and were even riddled with debt. "Blackie, stop being obstinate. I know that you didn't pass Shadow's test. If it really is no good, then let Brother Wu plead for you. In any case, Brother Wu is currently an official member. Who knows, you might be able to become an outer member of Shadow. At the very least, you could continue playing God's domain, and earning 2,000 credits a month should not be a problem. Don't forget, the trial period for the virtual gaming helmet is only 10 days. After this period, you will not be able to continue playing the game," Blackie's fellow dorm mate sneered. "It can't be, right? What kind of workshop can't even afford an official virtual gaming helmet? Isn't that just too pitiful?" Wu Yi pretended to be shocked. He then clapped Blackie's shoulders, saying with a sigh, "Even the outer members of Shadow are given an official helmet. Official members even receive an advanced helmet that's worth 20,000 credits. Your workshop is just ripping you off. Who started the thing? I'll demand justice for you. Why don't you mingle with me from now on? I can guarantee that you'll obtain an official helmet. By the time I become a core member of Shadow, I guarantee that you'll be able to live in luxury. You should know that young Master Lan has already invested 5 million credits in Shadow. I heard that he has invested another 2 million now. If you enter Shadow, your future will be limitless." "Wu Yi, I've already said it. I won't be joining. I'm currently getting by very well," Blackie quickly rejected. "Blackie, you should know that there aren't many such chances. Shadow Workshop is the best workshop in Jinhai University. If it weren't for the fact that you're already level 5 and we're classmates, I wouldn't even be looking for you." Wu Yi patiently persuaded, "You keep saying that you've joined some other workshop, but you have to tell me at least the name, right? Must you keep lying to a classmate in such a way? What? Don't tell me that this workshop doesn't even have a name. Even if it doesn't have a name, you must know which person established it, right? Nowadays, even nobodies dare to make workshops, so you mustn't be tricked. Shadow Workshop has an upright business sponsoring it, and there is also a contract to ensure that you won't starve to death at the very least." Wu Yi was all praises about Shadow. It was as if one would become an elite in society just for entering Shadow Workshop, becoming the envy of others. However, Blackie had long since seen through Shadow. He did not have even the slightest favorable opinion toward Shadow. He only blamed himself for having a big mouth, showing off to others that he had already risen to level 5. As a result, the information was found out by Shadow Workshop, and they had sent Wu Yi, his classmate, to recruit him. However, how could he so easily betray Shi Feng and join Shadow? He was only able to obtain all of his current achievements by relying on Shifeng. Even if he had to suffer hardships right now, he still believed that Shifeng would lead him towards the path of success. At this stage of the game, all the level 5 players were experts. To Shadow Workshop, which was currently lacking experts, Blackie was an alluring beauty. So, naturally, they were itching to try and recruit him, turning him into one of their belongings. At this moment, Shifeng opened the door, taking a step into the room. "I am the nobody that established the workshop. I wonder what kind of opinion you have?" Shifeng looked towards the robust Wu Yi, speaking coldly. Chapter 90, starting from 0. As Shifeng entered and spoke. "Who are you?" Wu Yi was slightly startled, his eyes evaluating Shifeng. Shifeng wore a cheap-looking white-blue sporting wear. Although his imposing manner gave Wu Yi chills down his back, after seeing that Shifeng was not even wearing a quantum watch on his wrist, a hint of disdain entered Wu Yi's eyes. In this day and age, even the slightly wealthier students all possessed quantum watches. Wu Yi determined that Shifeng was not one of the wealthy children and that he was in a similar situation as Blackie. "Brother Feng, why are you here?" Blackie's expression was slightly panicked. He was worried Shifeng would misunderstand and think he was trying to job hop. "Brother Feng, I really didn't seek out Shadow. I've also rejected them, but Wu Yi won't stop annoying me about it." When Blackie's classmates saw him panicking and explaining, they were all puzzled at the identity of this new arrival. Blackie had already risen to level 5 in God's domain, so he was definitely an expert. Many workshops would fight over for him, treating him as an important guest. Even Shadow sent someone over to recruit Blackie. If the upper echelons of Shadow met Blackie, they might also act very cordially and treat him with respect. However, Blackie had respectfully addressed the stranger in front of them as Brother Feng, confusing them. Could the person in front of them be some famous person in their school? However, no matter how they racked their brains, they could not think of such a person present in their university. "I know," Shifeng sent Blackie an expression that told him to be at ease. Shifeng then looked towards the man named Wu Yi and laughingly said, "I'm called Shifeng, and I am the nobody who established the workshop you just mentioned. Didn't you wish to know the name of my workshop? I can tell it to you. The workshop's name is Zero Wing. It means that everything has to start out from zero and to spread your wings and soar. If you don't have any other matters, please return and tell your boss not to try poaching the members of other workshops. He is better off taking care of his own lands, lest they fall apart without him even knowing what happened." Hearing Shifeng saying so, Wu Yu couldn't help but reveal a sneer as he laughed. As expected, even a nobody knows how to start a workshop. Why don't you take a look at yourself? Do you think you can start a workshop just by announcing it? Wu Yi narrowed his eyes, mocking, "Do you know how large our Shadow Workshop is? Do you know how many members our Shadow Workshop has? Do you know who is backing our Shadow Workshop? Do you know how much our workshop has invested? Do you still think that we need to poach members from worthless workshops like yours? Just based on the fact that you guys are still using the trial helmet to play the game shows how dirt poor you are. Did you think that, just by being full of zeal, you could establish yourselves in God's domain and earn money? All the workshops that have tried to establish themselves in God's domain have at least invested several millions of credits. Meanwhile, you have no money, no members, no facilities, and not even the most basic of assurance. So, what right do you have to compare to us, Shadow? If you kneel down and beg me right now, I might even put in a few good words to Brother Lon. If you pay up some 10 or 20,000 credits, you might be able to join the workshop. How about it? Think about it. This is a rare chance for you." Wu Yi smiled savagely. He then shifted his gaze to Blackie, coldly saying, "Shadow is already giving you a lot of respect by sending me here to recruit you. As long as you join, you'll immediately receive the treatment of being a core member, and your monthly salary will be at least 5,000 credits. It is hundreds of times better than staying in a workshop that is barely surviving." When Blackie's several dorm mates heard of this treatment, all of them had expressions of shock on their faces. They did not think that playing God's domain would be so rewarding. Compared to those city white-collar workers, Blackie's salary was much higher. Suddenly, the gazes they used to look at Blackie changed. They no longer looked down on him. Rather, their gazes now filled with envy and admiration. They were only several months away from graduating from the university. Right now, they were still having headaches over finding jobs. Meanwhile, Blackie had someone personally coming to his door to recruit him, and the other party had even offered a minimum monthly salary of $5,000. As the saying went, comparisons are odious. If they had known about this earlier, they would have properly played games and gave God's domain a try. They might have even become experts. They would not have had to chase after girls for their 4 years in universities and been looked down upon by those girls. If they managed to earn money, beauties would be lined up for their choosing. However, after listening to Wu-Yi, Blackie instead started laughing. Wu-Yi actually dared to make fun of the workshop Shifeng had started, calling it worthless, and even wanted to make Shifeng kneel before him in order to join Shadow. He was retarded. The snow goddess is even paying attention to Brother Feng, and she even wanted to recruit Shifeng. Who was the snow goddess? She was the vice captain of the first-rate guild, Ouroboros. She was the publicly acknowledged goddess of the virtual gaming world. Compared to Ouroboros, Shadow Workshop was not even worth a dime. Seeing Wu-Yi's mood sour, Blackie sneered at him and said, "Wu-Yi, even if you exaggerate it to no end, my decision will remain unchanged. Although Zero Wing Workshop has just started, I believe that our future achievements will definitely be greater than Shadow's. I advise you to leave Shadow a little earlier and join our Zero Wing Workshop. I'll ask Brother Feng for a favor. If you kneel and apologize to him, who knows, you might even be able to become a member of Zero Wing." Blackie's dorm mates were shocked upon hearing him. His declaration confused them greatly. In the end, which workshop was truly the awesome one? Could it be that, nowadays, choosing the workshop that couldn't even afford an official gaming helmet was the right choice? You are simply unreasonable. Wu-Yi was almost speechless with anger. Blackie actually used his own words to make fun of him. If it weren't for Brother Zhang instructing him that he definitely must invite Blackie, he would have long since left. It was against his expectations that Blackie would have a brain defect, throwing away a good future and insisting on mingling in a gutter-like place. Blackie, I am only reminding you because I value talent. Our Shadow is currently trying to annex the 45th ranked workshop in Jinhai City, Hungry Wolves Workshop. When Shadow succeeds in doing so, we will rank at the top of all of Jinhai City. If you were to miss this chance now, there would be no more chances for you in the future. Wu-Yi shot a glance at Shifeng, coldly saying, "Meanwhile, your workshop can't even afford the official gaming helmet. How do you plan to play God's domain in the future? It would be better if you joined Shadow. A great future is awaiting you here." Faced with such a brazen way of poaching people, even if Shifeng's temper were much cooler, he would still get slightly angry. Since they were fated to battle each other, then battle it was. Who said that our workshop couldn't afford the official gaming helmet? Shifeng took out the 20,000 credits from his pocket, casually throwing it on the table, saying, "I previously decided that starting a workshop would be too sudden, and I was never able to decide which type of official gaming helmet I would buy. So, I was only using the trial helmet as a temporary replacement. However, today, I'm here to give Blackie the money to buy an advanced gaming helmet. But really, it's not that I'm trying to criticize Shadow, but aren't you guys being too cheap in poaching for people? The salary I'm giving Blackie is 20,000 credits minimum. Your Shadow is so rich and has invested so much, yet, the salary you're offering is only a minimum of 5,000 credits? When Blackie saw the shining white credits on the table, he turned to look at Shifeng's astonished eyes. Nobody was more knowledgeable of Shifeng's financial condition than he was, so how was he able to suddenly throw down 20,000 credits? Could it be that Shifeng robbed a bank? The others in the dormitory swallowed their saliva when they saw the credits scattered across the table. Usually, Blackie remained hidden and did not seem like anything special. They did not think that his monthly salary would be 20,000 credits. It was no wonder why he refused to join Shadow Workshop. After all, Shadow was only offering him 5,000 credits, 4 times less than his current earnings. Even an idiot would know which side to choose. What was even more unthinkable was that Shi Feng, who was wearing a suit of cheaply looking sportswear, was actually a brother tycoon. Chapter 91. Going through thick and thin together. Looking at the credits on the table, Wu Yi's complexion alternated between green and red. His face was gloomy to the degree of being able to squeeze water out. How was this possible? Ignoring the credibility of the monthly salary of 20,000 credits, just being able to toss down 20,000 credits casually was not normal. Wu Yi had seen many wealthy tycoons before, and his eyesight had never failed him before. The clothing that Shi Feng was currently wearing was not even worth 300 credits, so how could Shi Feng possibly have that much money? Moreover, when he took it out, it was just so simple. He even casually threw it onto the table. This series of actions were not habits of an average person, and they were impossible fake. Only those tycoons that paid no heed to credits would carry the action out in such a relaxed and comfortable manner. What Wu Yi did not know was that Shi Feng was once the guild leader of Shadow. Throwing money away like dirt was just a small matter to him. He even spent tens of millions of credits to poach a few master-level lifestyle players. During those times, he had thrown stack after stack of credits onto the table, causing those lifestyle players to worship him immediately. Throwing out just 20,000 credits was not even a warm-up for him. Humph! Just this amount of money is nothing. As long as you have the strength to join the upper echelons of Shadow, a monthly salary of 50,000 to 60,000 credits is just a small matter. Moreover, we have the support of young Master Lan, so our funds are extremely abundant. Furthermore, the celebrities of our school have also joined Shadow. The 1st, 3rd, 6th, and 9th ranked students in the university's most recent fighting competition have all joined Shadow. These people are the true experts, and they could easily rise to fame in God's domain. Meanwhile, what kind of true experts does your workshop have? Wu Yi pretended to be calm as he coldly snorted. However, he still could not help himself to steal a glance at the 20,000 credits thrown on the table. The basic wage for an official member of Shadow was just 3,000 to 5,000 credits. Although it was slightly better than the salary of many university fresh graduates, there was still a limit. Such an amount was not enough for one to act carelessly. Wu Yi, we will deal with the matters of Zero Wing by ourselves. It is still not up to you to comment on our problems. If your boss wishes to annex our workshop, first offer up a monthly salary of 100,000 or above, let me be Shadow's vice leader, and Brother Feng the guild leader. Otherwise, please return. Blackie was extremely irritated after hearing Wu Yi speak. He abruptly stood up and pointed towards the dormitory's entrance as he looked at Wu Yi with a disdainful smile. Blackie's performance was extremely arrogant and incomparably rampant. He held no regard for Shadow at all. Was it amazing to have many members? Did being an expert in a fighting competition mean they could play well in God's domain? If one had the ability, then they could hitch up a relationship with those first-rate guilds. See if they pay any attention. Blackie, you better not regret this in the future. Shadow is fated to become a giant in Jinhai City. When that time comes, don't even think about joining Shadow. Wu Yi left after speaking. He was determined to tell Brother Zhang and young Master Lan about everything that had happened here, letting them take care of the ignorant Shi Feng and Blackie. Thanks for your worries, but I never eat the medicine of regret when I do something. Although Shadow is amazing, unfortunately, it isn't enough to enter my eyes. Blackie loudly declared, and almost everyone in the entire building could hear him speak. Blackie's dorm mates were all stunned. When did Blackie become so awesome? He actually dared to let out such bombastic words, publicly rejecting the invitation of Shadow Workshop that's famous throughout the whole university. How many people dreamed of the job he rejected? After Wu Yi left, Blackie instantly lost his previous heroism. His bum immediately landed in a chair, his heart silently lamenting that it was all over. Because of his momentary rampant emotions, he became hot-headed and made enemies out of Shadow. Wasn't this just making trouble for Zero Wing? On the other hand, Shi Feng was extremely touched. As expected, Blackie was still the same in both his previous and current lives. In Shi Feng's previous life, Blackie had immediately resigned from his position without hesitation and followed Shi Feng. Now, this was a true brother. In Shi Feng's previous life, the countless people around him could only share the gains but not the pains. Shi Feng also knew what Blackie was currently worried about, so he clapped his hands and said in agreement, "Well said." In the struggles of the virtual gaming world, winning or losing can be changed in the blink of an eye. There are no such things as eternal winners. As long as we work hard enough, sooner or later, we will definitely surpass Shadow. As long as Zero Wing Workshop developed, they were bound to come into conflict with Shadow. If Shadow wished to spare no expense to deal with them, then they could just use Shadow's reputation to spread Zero Wing's fame throughout the university campus. That way, Shi Feng would not have to waste efforts to publicize his guild. "Let's go. We'll go out and take a walk and buy an advanced helmet on the way. Always staying in your dormitory won't be good for your body." Shi Feng left the room, letting Blackie tidy himself up. Blackie was constantly holed up in his dorm room these days. He was even playing God's Domain during the daytime, not doing any other activities. Although it wouldn't be a problem in the short term, after a while, the damage to his body would become very significant. "Brother Feng, wait for a moment. I'll come immediately." Blackie immediately collected all the credits on the table, then tidied himself before leaving the dormitory with Shi Feng. Only his dumbfounded dorm mates remained in the room. They all looked at each other, their faces revealing bitter smiles. Normally, they had, many times, made fun of Blackie. Never would they have thought that Blackie was hiding his true appearance. He even managed to gain the favor of a tycoon. "This won't do. I will also apply for a trial gaming helmet. I've decided. I'll become a professional gamer in God's Domain." When Shi Feng had walked out of the dormitory, Blackie quietly stuffed the 20,000 credits into Shi Feng's pocket. "Brother Feng, you really gave me a shock today. However, the way you threw out the money was just too cool. I felt awesome just seeing Wu Yi's expression. But, you better keep this money properly. Don't simply throw it around next time," Blackie said excitedly. "What are you trying to do?" Shi Feng slightly wrinkled his brows. He then gave the money back to Blackie. He had never been putting up an act. From the beginning, he intended to give Blackie the money. He knew that Blackie's family situation was not that good either. With this money, he would be able to alleviate a lot of his family's burden. "I've already said that your basic salary every month would be 20,000 credits. Did you think I was just joking with Wu? Just take this money as your salary in advance." Looking at the 20,000 credits in his hands, Blackie's mouth widened, staring blankly at the money. Originally, even if Shi Feng's previous words were but a joke, they were enough to make him feel happy. However, looking at Shi Feng's expression, he knew that Shi Feng was not joking. Shi Feng had truly intended to give him a monthly salary of 20,000 credits. Moreover, Shi Feng intended to give him the money that he was currently holding. However, where did all this money come from? Blackie was extremely clear about Shi Feng's condition. Being able to borrow 20,000 credits was already a difficult feat now. Shi Feng was even giving all of it to him. This was just insane. "Brother Feng, if you give away this money, what will you do about the workshop? Moreover, the deadline for the trial gaming helmets is almost up. You are bound to have to buy the official gaming helmet, right? Won't this money be just the right amount to buy it? In any case, I'm currently not in need of money." Blackie pushed the credits back to Shi Feng again. It would be a lie if he were to say that the 20,000 credits didn't attract him. However, he couldn't just ignore his brother's situation just because of some money. Shi Feng could naturally discern Blackie's worries. He clapped Blackie's shoulders and couldn't help but reveal a smile. His bank account currently held over 100,000 credits, and most likely, during this period, it had risen to over 200,000 credits. In another 10 days or so, he would earn even more money. "You don't have to worry about this. You also don't have to worry about the matter of the gaming helmets. Haven't I said it already? Leave the matters regarding money to me. Shi Feng possessed the memories of his previous life. He was also the guild leader of Shadow. All beginnings had with hardships. Although earning the initial fundings was extremely difficult, as long as he obtained them, the following matters would become much easier to deal with. If he did not even possess the method of making money with money, then how would he have been able to turn Shadow into a second-rate guild? Brother Feng, you couldn't have possibly. Seeing that Shi Feng was so confident, Blackie's first feelings were not excitement or happiness. Instead, he was trembling. He worried that Shi Feng might have done something bad, such as being by a rich woman to obtain this money. Compared to borrowing the money, this was a much more horrifying scenario. What are you blindly thinking about? Don't forget about the matter of cooperation we have with Gentle Snow. This is just the compensation she has given. Now, we no longer have to stay poor and blank. We already have some funds, so relax. Shi Feng rolled his eyes at Blackie. This fellow's thinking was just too slanted. Shi Feng did not reveal the real truth. Otherwise, it would be extremely hard for him to explain. So, he simply pushed everything onto Gentle Snow. In any case, Gentle Snow was the great goddess that everybody knew. When Blackie heard Shi Feng, sudden realization struck him. He sent Shi Feng a gaze filled with worship. Being able to gain the favor of the snow goddess was the dream of every man. It was as expected of Brother Feng. His methods were just too awesome. Chapter 92, Virtual Reality. Inside a finely decorated office, a robust man with thick eyebrows sat in an office chair as his fingers tapped on the desk. In his other hand, he was flipping through a thick stack of resumes. Ding, ding, dang. Enter, the man with the thick eyebrows said in a deep tone. Brother Zhang, I've done the thing that you asked of me. Wu Yi gently opened the door and carefully entered. He then stood, panicked in front of the desk. Although it was not his first time meeting Shadow's person in power, Zhang Luowei, he still felt an intense pressure every time they met. He was always scared and on edge whenever he spoke with this person. In Shadow Workshop, aside from Lan Hailong, Zhang Luowei's authority was the highest. Moreover, Zhang Luowei was the champion of Jinhai University's fighting competition. He was also one of the hot contenders for becoming the champion of Jinhai City's fighting competition. Even Lan Hailong was respectful before this person, as one of the main reasons why Shadow became so popular within the university was due to Zhang Luowei's personal fame. Sit. Tell me about it. Zhang Luowei placed the resumes to a side, his finger pointing towards the leathered sofa in front of his desk. Although Zhang Luowei looked like an amiable person, Wu Yi knew that, below that appearance, there was an abyss-like horror. Zhang Luowei's personality was both vicious and merciless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to suppress fighting experts like Zhou Yuhu and others. After some thought, Wu Yi slightly organized his words before saying, Brother Zhang, the others have already agreed. It is only that Blackie that is a stone inside a latrine pit, both smelly and hard. He wouldn't agree, no matter what, and he had joined a newly established workshop called Zero Wing. He even said that it was beneath him to join a trash workshop like Shadow. Not willing to join, is it? He's even joined Zero Wing Workshop? Zhang Luowei displayed contemplation as he smiled. However, inside his eyes, a cold glint flashed. What is the origin of this Zero Wing Workshop? Why haven't I heard of it before? Brother Zhang, Zero Wing Workshop was established by a Year 4 student named Shi Feng. I heard that this workshop has nothing at all. They are also buying their gaming facilities only today. However, that person is quite rich. He offered Blackie a basic monthly salary of 20,000 credits. He even wanted me to bring back word to Brother Zhang, telling you to stop trying to poach members of other workshops and take care of your own land. Wu Yi was very angry while he spoke. When I heard this, even I couldn't bear to stomach it. They are just a greenhorn workshop, yet they dare to challenge Shadow. Brother Zhang, how about I take some men to extinguish their overwhelming attitude? Shi Feng, is it? I seem to have heard this name before. Zhang Luowei wrinkled his brows slightly, trying to figure out where he heard this name. However, after thinking for some time, he still could not recall. He shook his head, saying, "Don't bother with them. In a few days, the school will be holding the annual fellowship party. This is a great chance for Shadow to have a meteoric rise, so we don't have the time to waste on these little workshops. Right? You organize the newly recruited members and have them quickly level up. The guilds in White River City will be starting the competition over the honor of getting the first clear for the 20-man dungeon very soon. We also have to fight for the fame obtaining the first clear of a level 5 dungeon. Yes. You can rest assured, Brother Zhang. I will help them quickly rise to level 5. Wu Yi clapped his chest, assuring. Elsewhere, Shi Feng brought Blackie along to purchase 2 advanced virtual gaming helmets. Although the current virtual reality technology was very advanced, the basic helmet was a cheaply made in consideration of the general masses. Its degree of synchronization was just 80%. However, the advanced version of the helmet could reach up to 90% synchronization, and the user's 5 senses would become much more sensitive. Although the difference did not seem too great, during a battle between equal strengths, this small difference would be the determining factor of victory or defeats. The battles in God's domain were always life or death battles. Moreover, the penalty of a single death was a great amount of EXP and skill proficiency. Hence, most large-scale workshops would allocate an advanced virtual gaming helmet to all their official members. Previously, Shi Feng did not have the money to purchase even a basic gaming helmet. Now that he had the money, however, he naturally would not fall behind in this aspect. After purchasing the advanced gaming helmets, Shi Feng found a good restaurant and ordered some high-class nutrition meals. He ate with Blackie as they talked about the future development of their workshop. Such a situation made Blackie feel like he was in a dream. God's domain had only been running for slightly more than 3 days. Not only had Shi Feng solved the problem of the gaming helmets, but Shi Feng also brought him to a high-class restaurant for a meal and discussion of the matters of developing their workshop. The more unbelievable thing was that Shi Feng unhesitatingly gave him a salary of 20,000 credits. Just how many university students' dream was it to have a monthly salary of 20,000 credits? On the other hand, he hadn't even helped Shi Feng out much, yet he was able to obtain such a salary. Although Blackie did not voice it inwardly, he was extremely moved. He felt extremely apologetic to Shi Feng, so he silently swore that he would work hard to be of help to Shi Feng. Shi Feng and Blackie conversed for a long time. They properly discussed the matters regarding the future development of their workshop. They also prepared to officially recruit Lonely Snow and the others, establishing a real workshop. The remaining matters were to find a location to set up their workshop, purchasing facilities for the workshop, and the workshop's administration. Brother Feng, leave these to me since I'm usually doing nothing during the day. It is already hard on you just to level up and earn money. Anyway, I am an economy and management major, so it is a great chance for me to display my specialty. I guarantee that you will be satisfied, Blackie assured. He couldn't help but want to start his work immediately. Good, then I'll leave it to you, Shi Feng smiled. He felt extremely relieved with Blackie managing things. After the two parted, Shi Feng sent a message to his parents. He then sent them 3,000 credits, telling them not to send him living expenses any longer. He told them that he had already found a good job and that he was able to support himself financially. Shi Feng was still not ready to tell his parents about everything. If he were to tell them that he had earned over 200,000 credits in just a few days, they would most likely not accept it. So, he might as well take it slow, gradually increasing the money he sent them. That way, his old folks would be able to gradually accept it, thinking it reasonable and fair. At 7 o'clock in the evening, after having his meal, Shi Feng drank a bottle of C-rank nutrient fluid. He put on the newly bought advanced virtual gaming helmet, starting his conquest in God's domain. Upon entering God's domain this time, the sensation Shi Feng felt when he stood beside the large pool was completely different. The cool breeze blowing, the sounds water flowing into the pool, the scratches and rust that were clearly visible on the steel walls. the faint smell of machine oil. Even the feeling of manipulating his own body had become much more relaxed. Shi Feng flexed his body on the stairway. He then pulled out his swords, slashing out streak after streak of beautiful sword images. The sword images kept flickering in and out of existence, giving an unpredictable feeling. The feeling I had while playing God's Domain in the previous life is finally back. Shi Feng stopped waving his swords, extremely pleased with his current condition. In his previous life, Shi Feng was used to using the virtual reality cabin. The virtual reality cabin's synchronizing rate could reach up to 97%. In God's Domain, if the system interface, status indicators and other such things weren't present, players would be practically unable to differentiate between the real world and the virtual world. After getting used to his body, Shi Feng felt that he should start searching for the Titan's heart. Chapter 93, Dark Clown. The spiral staircase led directly to the core control area on the highest floor. After climbing an unknown number of steps, Shi Feng arrived at a winding corridor that led towards the core area. Ancient magical runes were carved into the walls on both sides of the corridor, and even though almost a millennium had passed, this corridor was still gleaming with light. Only some parts of the corridor had decayed, damaging the magical circuits etched in it and plunging those particular areas into darkness. Fortunately, not many parts of the corridor were badly decayed, so Shi Feng was still able to clearly see the entirety of the long, narrow, and maze-like corridor. Just after Shi Feng set foot into the corridor, the alarm once again rang out. Alert! Alert! The intruder has already invaded Area A of the fortress, the Magic Corridor. Activating Guardian statues on duty. Shi Feng then heard loud booming noises coming from the corridor, as if some gigantic machine had started moving. Shi Feng no longer dared advance slowly. He immediately used a speed scroll, dashing through the magic corridor at flying speed. After taking several turns in the magic corridor, Shi Feng discovered a machine that had a flashing red light. Although this machine was just the size of a football, it was constantly producing alarms, as if it were a tool meant for guiding the Guardian statues. Sentinel Guard, Common Monster. Level 10. HP 200/200. Shi Feng immediately understood how he was so easily discovered. This Sentinel Guard was just like a radar. It could detect enemies within a range of 500 yards, and after discovering them, it would set off an alarm. The distance between the entrance of the corridor and this location was roughly around 500 yards, so the Sentinel Guard was able to immediately discover Shi Feng. As long as Shi Feng could get rid of it, then he would be able to rid himself of the alarms of this area. However, this thing had very sensitive reactions. It would not let any enemies get within 30 yards. Also, if it were attacked even once, it would try to retreat with all its might. Simultaneously, it would increase its speed of calling for its allies, and it would absolutely not give the enemy a second chance to attack. It was extremely hard to deal with. I guess I've no choice left. I can only give it a try. Shi Feng unsheathed both of his swords. He could already hear the angry roars of the Guardian statues coming from behind him. Based on his strength, fighting in this narrow area would only lead to his own death. His only chance of throwing off those Guardian statues was to get rid of this Sentinel Guard. When Shi Feng was nearing the 30-yard range, just as the Sentinel Guard was about to break into a run, Shi Feng's eyes locked onto the Sentinel Guard, the muscles in both of his arms bulged, and with the strength of his entire body he cast out both swords. Shio! Both swords flew towards the Sentinel Guard. Precision throw. The throwing distance of the skill was just at 30 yards, and it caused 150% of his weapon's damage. The Sentinel Guard was extremely vigilant. It rapidly moved its body, immediately dodging the crimson blade that flew at it. However, the Sentinel Guard's dodge had, in turn, placed it in the flight path of Shi Feng's second sword, the Abyssal Blade. Ping! The Abyssal Blade pierced through the Sentinel Guard, causing -211 damage and instantly killing it. System: Level 10 Sentinel Guard killed. Level difference of 4. EXP obtained increased by 400%. Obtained 800 EXP. Shi Feng activated Windwalk, his speed once again increasing by a notch as he rushed to pull out his swords that pierced into the ground. He then rushed towards the magic corridor's exit. Without the guidance of the sentinel guard, the guardian statues were like flies that lost their eyes. They ran around all over the place, completely unable to find Shi Feng. More than a dozen minutes later, after getting rid of another 3 sentinel guards, Shi Feng finally escaped the magic corridor, arriving at the control room. There was a barrier in the central region of the control room. A dark gray-colored sphere of iron was placed inside the barrier. This sphere of iron was the heart of the steel fortress, and it was the fortress source of energy. It was the Titan's heart. I never thought that, after so many years have passed, there would still be somebody who would come to this place. Before Shi Feng could examine the entire control room in detail, he heard a deep sneer coming from the entrance of the barrier. This sound was bone-chilling, and no human was capable of producing such a sound. Only a puppet or a corpse would be capable of sounding so emotionless. Welcome to my steel fortress, Barusha. In order to celebrate your arrival, I've decided to use your fiery flesh and blood to feed my baby. Come out, Hellhound. Shi Feng could faintly see the outline of a humanoid life form inside the barrier. However, the figure seemed to be currently absorbing the energy of the Titan's heart, so it did not have surplus powers to deal with Shi Feng, sending out its pet in its stead. Ayo. A large black dog, its entire body covered in flames, rushed out from the barrier. Hellhound, Elite Rank. Level 15. HP 6000/6000. Crap, did I come at a bad time? Shi Feng's brows slightly wrinkled as he observed the Hellhound. According to the information in his previous life, there were definitely no life forms or monsters in this place. The person that did the quest was able to safely take the Titan's heart away. So, why was it that, when it was his turn to do the quest, a mysterious character appeared here, trying to steal the Titan's heart's energy? However, Shi Feng also thought of another possibility. This mysterious character stole all the energy of the Titan's heart first. Meanwhile, the player who came here had merely taken away the Titan's heart that was empty of any energy. On the other hand, Shi Feng had coincidentally run into this energy thief. However, unfortunately for Shi Feng, he wasn't even capable of defeating the pet of this mysterious character, not to mention the person itself. Since you want to battle, then come. Shi Feng pulled out his swords, his attention affixed on the slowly approaching Hellhound. As the Hellhound's distance from him continuously shortened, Shi Feng could feel his surroundings become exceptionally hot, causing his mouth to feel parched. Shi Feng thought of taking out a cold beverage to enjoy, but he currently couldn't carelessly move about. He would immediately reveal a weak point as soon as he moved. As a level 15 elite monster, the Hellhound's intelligence was already extremely high. It was the reason why it leisurely walked towards Shi Feng. That was because the Hellhound knew the best time for it to launch an attack. As long as Shi Feng revealed a gap, it would immediately bite at him with all its might, not letting go of Shi Feng until he was completely dead. In the confrontation between the two, after all was said and done, the Hellhound was still the more powerful. So, naturally, it would not simply wait. Its legs immediately pushed against the ground, leaping high into the air and transforming into a ball of fire. It then opened its flaming maw. Shi Feng rolled to a side, dodging the Hellhound's pouncing attack. However, immediately after the Hellhound landed, its flaming claws slashed horizontally. Shi Feng had long since prepared for this, so he used both of his swords to parry. Although Shi Feng did not receive any damage, his entire body was thrown. The Hellhound immediately opened its large mouth, spewing scorching hot flames. The flames wrapped around Shi Feng completely, preventing him from escaping. Shi Feng clenched his teeth. He used Phantom Kill, and at the moment of imminent peril he swapped positions with his doppelganger in midair. Shi Feng's doppelganger was immediately swallowed by the flames, instantly turning into a pile of ash. Meanwhile, the system notification showed a damage of up to -3,000. Even if Shi Feng were to take the hit with his HP full and all of his life shield activated, he still wouldn't be able to shoulder this attack. Shi Feng clearly felt how powerful the Hellhound was. Such damage was definitely not something a level 15 elite monster could dish out. Its strength was greatly increased because of the quest's storyline. According to his experience, Shi Feng estimated the Hellhound's actual level to be over level 30, and it should be a Lord rank boss. If the pet were already this powerful, then what about its owner? Seeing that the Hellhound's flaming claws were about to slap down at him, Shi Feng used Abyssal Bind. Even if the Hellhound were any stronger, it would still be restricted for 3 seconds. Following which, Shi Feng rushed into the barrier at the center of the room. Currently, the best option Shi Feng possessed was to snatch the Titan's heart and swiftly depart. However, just after entering the barrier, Shi Feng immediately became shocked upon seeing this mysterious person's true identity. Dark Clown. Shi Feng immediately recognized the identity of this mysterious character. His heart could not help but be surprised. Why is such a bastard here? Chapter 94, Titan's Heart. Although Shi Feng was shocked, his feet never stopped moving. His figure turned into an after-image as he rushed towards the Titan's heart, located at the center of the barrier. He then used observing eyes on the Dark Clown. Unknown. Shi Feng was shocked. Aside from the information showing that the figure was indeed a Dark Clown, there was nothing else displayed. All of it was just question marks. There were only 2 possibilities for such a situation to occur. The first was that the Dark Clown was equipping an advanced camouflage item. The other was that its strength was simply too overwhelming, preventing the basic observing eyes from identifying it. It was very clearly the latter situation taking place in this case. According to Shi Feng's memories, Dark Clowns were a group of mysterious life forms. They always wore clown clothing with many bells as decorations. They looked human but were not human. However, neither were they living spirits. Each one of them was extremely powerful. They could simply appear at any location, and they could come and go without leaving behind a single trace. Even if it was the palace of Star Moon Kingdom, they could still easily enter it. However, this was but a small matter. Shi Feng had previously seen a Tier 3 Great Druid NPC die at the hands of the Dark Clowns. Their methods of attacking were simply unforgettable. The attacks were impossible to avoid. Despicable human, you actually dare barge into this place? The Dark Clown had its face wrapped in a black cloth, revealing only its 2 glowing red eyes. Although its enraged expression could not be seen, its tone was extremely agitated. Streak after streak of green-colored energy was currently being absorbed by the Dark Clown. Clearly it was a crucial moment, so it was unable to take action against Shi Feng. This situation gave Shi Feng a chance to prevent this assimilation ceremony and deal heavy damage to the Dark Clown. Otherwise, when this critical period passed, the Dark Clown, which was capable of killing even a Tier 3 Great Druid, would instantly kill Shi Feng with just a wave of its hand. Cyber, get rid of him for me, the Dark Clown urged. Shi Feng revealed a faint smile. Seeing the Dark Clown's anxious appearance, Shi Feng tried even harder to deal some damage against it. As for the Hellhound behind him, it was still restricted by chains. It was too late, even if it tried to rush over to Shi Feng. Chop! Shi Feng used all of his strength. With the flick of his wrist, a large explosion sounded out. The abyssal blade turned into a streak of black light, piercing directly towards the magic circle that was absorbing energy from the Titan's heart. Dang! The magic weapon Abyssal Blade, which had been successful in every previous endeavor, was blocked outside of the magic array. It created brilliant white sparks as it collided with the magic array, dealing no damage at all to the absorption magic array. Pitiful human. Did you think a weak little swordsman like you could destroy my magic array? Just give up and become Cyber's food. Who knows, I might even let your soul go. Otherwise, prepare for endless pain after you die. The dark clown threatened. At this moment, the hellhound rushed over. You're just a clown, yet you dare spout nonsense. Did you think I have no ways to deal with you? Shifeng sneered. He took out a dark, gray-colored magic scroll from his bag. No! You're literally insane. Do you know what you are trying to do? The dark clown abruptly yelled out in shock after seeing this piece of dark, gray-colored magic scroll. It seems you know your stuff. At worst, we'll both die together. Shifeng did not wish to use this item either, however, he was going to die anyway, so why should he still care? He then unfolded the magic scroll, and his mouth started chanting the activation incantation. This was one of the only 3 Tier 2 magic scrolls that Shifeng possessed, Obliterating Torrent. It possessed the ability to devour all magic elements, turning them into nothingness. This magic scroll belonged to the peak of Tier 2 magic scrolls. Suddenly, the magic elements in the center of the barrier surged, becoming incomparably violent, following which, it started collapsing without any signs of stopping. The absorption magic array was made up of magic elements, so, naturally, it could not escape its fate as it collapsed and exploded. The entire magic array was similar to frying beans, producing crackling sounds. The magic array loudly exploded, dispersing streak after streak of dazzling shockwaves. Shifeng immediately activated Defensive Blade, becoming immune to the damage of 6 ranged attacks. He then rushed towards the Titan's heart. However, it was not easy to collect the Titan's heart. Shifeng either had to deplete all the energy the Titan's heart possessed, or he would need to have the key to remove the barrier. Fortunately, Shifeng had the key. In the midst of the explosions, Shifeng unlocked the barrier protecting the Titan's heart, then stored it in his bag. The shockwaves created by the obliterating torrent sent the hellhound flying away, violently slamming it into a wall. The wall then split apart like a spiderweb, following which, the hellhound heavily landed on the ground and didn't stand back up. However, the shockwaves of the explosion did no harm to the dark clown, as if they had just passed through its body. The dark clown's body seemed as though it did not exist in this plane of existence. However, the backlash from the magic ceremony failing had caused great damage to it. The dark clown silently glared at Shifeng, faintly having the intention to take action. Humph! Come if you have the ability. Shifeng smiled in disdain as he took out another deep blue-colored Tier 2 magic scroll. Shifeng had already obtained the Titan's heart. Even if he died, a quest item could not be dropped. The dark clown was already extremely weakened as well, and at most, it would only be slightly stronger than him. Shifeng still had 2 pieces of Tier 2 magic scrolls. At worst, he would perish together with the dark clown. He could still revive after dying, but if the dark clown died, then it would truly be dead. Let's see who's afraid of who. Despicable human, I'll let you off this time. We will meet again sooner or later. It will be your death when that time comes. The dark clown gave up the notion of getting rid of Shifeng after seeing the magic scroll. It only left behind a ruthless remark as it disappeared from the control room, together with the hellhound. Shifeng silently waited for a moment. After confirming no movements from his surroundings, he let loose a breath of relief. However, he did not store away the Tier 2 magic scroll. He truly did not wish to use the Tier 2 magic scroll and perish together with the dark clown. However, based on the dark clown's intelligence, it too would make the right choice. Shifeng had already obtained the Titan's heart. He took out a return scroll and started chanting. 30 seconds later, Shifeng turned into a white glow, disappearing from the control room as well. After Shifeng disappeared, the dark clown appeared once more. The red glow let out from its eyes became even more brilliant now. It clearly did not expect Shifeng to be so cautious. From beginning to end, Shifeng had never put away the Tier 2 magic scroll. Otherwise, it would have had a chance to kill Shifeng. Wretched human. The method I've spent more than 10 years researching to absorb the energy from the Titan's heart. When I recover, I will definitely make you wish for death. The dark clown bellowed. It abruptly waved its hand, and tens of flying blades destroyed the pedestal, which lost the protection of the barrier. On the other side, Shi Feng had already returned to Red Leaf Town. Currently, the amount of players in Red Leaf Town grew even greater. The streets were filled with players selling level 0 to level 2 common equipment and basic skill books. Shi Feng took a look at his bag. It had been some time since gold coins stopped entering his account. He thus decided to go sell some items before going to hand in his quest. The previous forging designs were already sold out. Shi Feng took out another 20 pieces of glimmer chestplate forging designs and placed them at the auction house to be sold in batches. At this time, a communication request came from Gentle Snow. 3 hours from now, meet up in front of Dark Moon Graveyard's entrance. Get your team prepared for it and bring the necessary potions. Our Ouroboros must definitely snatch the first clear of this dungeon this time, so we'll be looking forward to your performance. Gentle Snow's tone was very indifferent, as if she was giving out a command. It was completely different from their meeting just now. Will do. I'll definitely arrive 3 hours from now. However, Shi Feng did not particularly mind it, as that was the snow goddess's regular attitude. He estimated the time, thinking that he should be able to make it. Neither of them traded unnecessary words, immediately disconnecting the call. After that, Shi Feng purchased card sets and hard stones at the auction house. He also bought some materials required to make bronze equipment and mysterious iron equipment. After storing the materials inside the bank, Shi Feng went on to buy some magic scrolls and necessary potions. He then ran towards the White Sand Ruins to turn in his quest. Chapter 95, Abyssal Devour. Blackie, how are things at your place at the moment? What level are you guys at right now? Shi Feng asked. Leveling up in this hidden area is just too awesome. There is still no one coming over here to steal monsters, and everyone is at level 5 right now. Moreover, we obtained a lot of wolf meat and wolf skin, and our bags have long since been filled to the brim. Right now, we're preparing to return to town and clear out our bags a bit, Blackie excitedly said. In this short period of time, they had obtained 4 pieces of level 5 bronze equipment from grinding on forest wolf dens. Amongst them, there was a level 5 bronze staff that allowed Blackie's damage to increase by a lot. Full already? You guys sure are efficient. Shi Feng was slightly shocked. A stack of wolf meat had 100 pieces in it. Previously, Blackie and the others had purchased plenty of big bags. Shi Feng never thought that they would be filled so quickly. How many wolf meat was this? If all of them were to be given to Violet Cloud to be made into advanced cookings, then it would become a huge profit. That's right, you guys pass all of your wolf meat to a female cleric called Violet Cloud. Just give out my name when you meet her. Afterward, you guys rest up a little and buy some HP and MP recovery potions, then wait for me at the trade area. Brother Feng, are we going to go dungeon diving with the snow goddess? Blackie excitedly asked, after recalling some things. And so properly rest up. You'll have to tense up your nerves after entering the dungeon. Shi Feng nodded his head, disconnecting the call. On the other hand, Blackie had nearly jumped up in excitement. Originally, he had thought Shi Feng would not be bringing them along to the dungeon. After all, their techniques were not that great. They would only be making fools of themselves if they were to go. However, since Shi Feng did not forsake them, what else did they have to say? Anticipation grew within Blackie. He was fortunate enough to dive a dungeon together with the snow goddess. So what if he would shame himself? It would still be an honor when mentioned to others. Regardless of what others may say, they would be players who had gone dungeon diving with the snow goddess in the same party. White Sand Ruins, Stonehammer Town. When the town mayor Blackbeard saw Shi Feng entering, he went forward and greeted Shi Feng in a very welcoming manner. Brother Yi Feng, you've come. The fruit juice you sold to me the last time was just too good. It captivated everyone in our little town. Now, we can't sleep properly if we don't drink a cup before bed every day, Blackbeard joked. Lord Mayor Blackbeard, is this the Titan's heart that you wanted? Shi Feng smiled. taking out the Titan's heart as he asked. When Blackbeard saw the gray-colored, metallic sphere, his mouth suddenly opened wide in shock. This shape, this color, this texture. It was exactly the same as the Titan's heart mentioned in the legends. Correct, this is the Titan's heart. It is exactly the same as the one recorded in the ancient records. I never thought that I would be able to personally see it in my lifetime. Brother Yifeng, I truly did not think that you were such a powerful adventurer. For bringing back our Black Steel Dwarves' glory, I represent all Black Steel Dwarves in thanking you sincerely. Blackbeard excitedly received the Titan's heart, continuously thanking Shifeng. System: Unique Quest Steel Fortress Barusha completed. Rewarding 1 Black Steel Insignia. Obtained Blackbeard's recommendation letter. Obtained Advanced Book of Magic. Rewarding 10,000 EXP. Reputation at Black Steel Town has reached worship. The large amount of rewards dazzled Shifeng's eyes. His level had also risen to 73% of level 6. Such a leveling speed had even exceeded that of those leveling madmen. Shifeng did not care much about the amount of EXP. Instead, the other items were the most important ones. The rewards this time far exceeded Shifeng's expectations. A Titan's heart that possessed no energy in it could transform a third-rate guild into a second-rate guild. However, right now the Titan's heart in Shifeng's hands still possessed a quarter of its energy. Shifeng never imagined the rewards to be so good. In his previous life, the player that completed this unique quest did not obtain such a bountiful reward. The player had only obtained a recommendation letter, an intermediate book of magic, and reputation reaching the level of worship. There was absolutely no Black Steel's insignia. Black Steel insignia, fine gold rank. Unique equipment. User restriction, Yifeng. The Black Steel insignia is the highest medal of honor amongst the Black Steel Dwarves. After equipping it, forging success rate increased by 5%. Proficiency has a 10% chance to increase by 1 extra point. When forging, there is a 1% chance to increase the forged item's attributes. Shifeng was shocked after looking at the introduction. This Black Steel insignia was literally a godly tool for forging. It was several degrees stronger than the forging talent. It was especially true with the 1% chance for an attribute increase. That meant that out of 100 items forged, there would be 1 piece that would have its attributes increased. If Shifeng forged items every day without stop, he would have no problem making 300 to 400 pieces of equipment. In turn, he would have 3 to 4 pieces of equipment with their attributes raised. The thing players compared most when playing games was the quality of their equipment. Even if the attributes on a piece of equipment was only slightly higher, when the attributes of all the other pieces of equipment were accumulated together, the total amount would allow a player to exceed the others by quite a lot. Regardless of whether it was PK or dungeon diving, the player would have a great advantage in both situations. Although Shifeng did not know how much of an equipment's attributes would be increased, even an increase of a single point would cause an equipment's price to increase by multiple percentages. If it was a big increase, then the price would increase by several folds. The price of a single piece of equipment could even rival the price of 10 or more pieces. The Black Steel insignia was an unexpected profit. Shifeng's main purpose for doing this quest was to obtain the Book of Magic and recommendation letter, as both of these items were capable of allowing a guild to rise up. It was especially true for the Book of Magic. Moreover, the one Shifeng obtained was even an advanced Book of Magic. Aside from forging equipment, Shifeng could also forge other items, such as armor kits, gemstone buckles, alchemy wands, and much more. Amongst them, armor kits were the most popular and also had the largest demand. Generally, armor kits were capable of increasing either a chestplate's defense or attributes. These all depended on the armor kit's quality and level. Meanwhile, the Book of Magic Shifeng obtained from Blackbeard was for making the strengthened version of the armor kit, the Mana Armor Kit. The Book of Magic was a unique item, and there was only one of it in the entire God's domain. In Shifeng's previous life, it was exactly this item that had allowed a guild to earn a large sum of money, turning it from a third-rate guild into a second-rate guild. As for Blackbeard's recommendation letter, it would only be useful in White River City, so Shifeng was still unable to use it right now. However, now that Shifeng's reputation in Stonemer Town had reached the level of worship, he could purchase a few bronze equipment and even mysterious iron equipment that would bind to the player's character upon purchase. Moreover, the prices of these equipment items were very cheap, to the degree that even an average player at level 10 could afford them. Stonemer Town could be called the best location for players to obtain mysterious iron equipment. Hence, many players loved coming to this place to grind for reputation. After their reputation reached worship, they would be able to gear themselves fully with level 10 mysterious iron equipment. Unfortunately, it was not easy to grind for reputation. It was almost impossible for anybody to fully equip themselves with level 10 mysterious iron reputation equipment. Moreover, a complete set of mysterious iron reputation equipment was still somewhat weaker than the bronze-ranked Silver Moon set equipment. So, top-tier players all felt that it was below their dignity to equip it. Although Shifeng would not be equipping these items, he still had other uses for them. For example, using them to level up the Abyssal Blade. The Abyssal Blade needed to devour weapons in order to level up. According to his understanding, the better the quality of the weapon devoured, the higher the increase in attributes of the Abyssal Blade. The Abyssal Blade was like a cultivating weapon, hence the reason it was so much more powerful than those epic-ranked weapons. They were even capable of rivaling legendary weapons. If Shifeng nurtured it properly, the Abyssal Blade's attributes could definitely surpass a legendary weapon. Sadly, too many items were required to carry out such a feat. Even if it was the guild leader of a second-rate guild, they would not be able to support such a heavy cost. There was also the risk of facing a huge backlash. It was why many players both loved and hated magic weapons. In consideration for the Abyssal Blade's attributes, instead of feeding it the original 1 piece of level 5 mysterious iron weapon, and 10 pieces of level 5 bronze weapon, Shifeng decided to buy 11 pieces of level 5 mysterious iron weapon from the weapon shop. It was unknown how much of an increase in attributes such an action would yield. Following which, Shifeng called out the leveling interface for the Abyssal Blade. He then fed all these weapons to the Abyssal Blade. Chapter 96, Magic Weapon Transformation. After choosing the weapons to devour and clicking level up for the Abyssal Blade, the Abyssal Blade suddenly let out a dragon's roar. Countless black flames started emerging from the blade of the sword. The black flames then transformed into a dragon's head, immediately biting at the weapons that had been chosen. The dragon devoured the weapons bite by bite. In the blink of an eye, the black flame devoured all 11 mysterious iron weapons, and all of their essences flowed into the Abyssal Blade. The Abyssal Blade no longer looked like a fire poker, and it now gave off a faint cold feeling of sharpness. The blade's color and luster had also become more rustic, similar to a blade covered in dust for many years. When Shifeng held the Abyssal Blade once again, the weapon felt slightly heavier than before. He felt a refreshing feeling when his hand wrapped around the sword's hilt. Shifeng then waved the sword a few times. Pwah, pwah, pwah. The air was like paper, creating tearing sounds as he sliced it apart. The boss of the weapon shop was also a forging expert. When he saw this, his mouth opened wide in shock. He even nearly pulled out his goatee. The ordinary-looking weapon was actually so sharp that it could easily surpass a fine gold weapon. If it were utilized properly, it might even be able to break apart a bronze weapon with a single slash. Good sword. Shifeng waved the Abyssal Blade a few more times. After leveling up the sword, Shifeng felt that it had become much more suitable for him. He then checked the Abyssal Blade's attributes. Abyssal Blade, magic weapon, one-handed sword. Attack power 39. All attributes plus 14. Attack speed plus 5. Ignore monsters level by 5 levels. Attacks have a 15% chance to cause 2 times damage, 10% chance to induce Doom Curse, reducing all stats by 40%, lasting 30 seconds. If wielder belongs to any swordsman job, all skill levels +2. Increase free ability points received by 2 points for every increase in level. Equipment level 5. Can be leveled up. Devour 10 level 10 bronze equipment and 1 level 10 mysterious iron equipment to level up to level 10. Can be evolved, unknown. Additional skill 1, Phantom Kill. Instantly creates a doppelganger. You can control this doppelganger. Doppelganger will have 50% of original body's attributes and all skills. At the same time, doppelganger and the original body can be swapped. Duration of 35 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 2, Abyssal Bind. Binds enemies and prevent movement, reducing defense by 100%. Duration of 3 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Additional skill 3, 9 Dragon Slash. Instantly create 9 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for the wielder to use. Each phantom sword is capable of dealing up to 30% damage. Duration of 24 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. The Abyssal Blade was personally created by Mastersmith Alice's using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, and it is ranked 31st. However, this sword has been cursed by the Black Dragon King. Aside from being able to provide the wielder with immense strength, there will be a backlash every period. However, after being remodeled by Jack using a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been greatly reduced. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the curse of the Black Dragon King, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. The Abyssal Blade's attributes increased by quite a lot. Just its attack power alone could rival a level 5 mysterious iron two-handed weapon. With the basic attributes included, it would far exceed even a level 5 secret silver two-handed weapon. It was a one-handed weapon that had the destructive power of a two-handed weapon. Moreover, a one-handed sword was much lighter, and its speed was much faster. That meant the Abyssal Blade possessed both the destructive power of a two-handed weapon and at the same time, the lightness and speed of a one-handed weapon. This was the terrifying part of magic weapons, and only mastersmiths were capable of forging such weapons. With such a result, Shi Feng was looking forward to the Abyssal Blade's rise to level 10. Originally, Shi Feng intended to sell off the level 10 fine gold greatsword he had obtained from the Sun Temple. However, he dismissed that notion. If he were to let the Abyssal Blade devour this weapon, he wondered just how much of an increase the Abyssal Blade would have. However, it was but a thought of Shi Feng's. To obtain an overall positive increase, it would not be possible just depending on a single weapon. Shi Feng would, at the very least, need to pair it up with 10 level 10 secret silver weapons. Currently, even mysterious iron weapons were as rare as a phoenix's feather, not to mention priceless secret silver weapons. After sheathing the Abyssal Blade, Shi Feng took out a return scroll and started chanting, returning to Red Leaf Town. If he were to run back instead, he would, with a 100% chance, be late. If he were to make the snow goddess wait for him, he dared not to think of the consequences. Red Leaf Town, Trade Area. After Shi Feng transformed back to his original appearance, he made some minor adjustments to the appearance of the Silver Moon set equipment. It now looked more like an assembled set of bronze equipment. If Shi Feng were to appear in front of Gentle Snow with his original appearance, she would definitely find something fishy about it. At that time, Shi Feng would not find it easy to explain himself. "Brother Feng, we're over here." Blackie stood up and shouted as he saw Shi Feng walking over. The others, as well, stood up to welcome Shi Feng when they saw him approaching, sending gazes of appreciation at him. If Shi Feng had not let Blackie carry them, they most likely would not have been able to reach level 5 so quickly, and very likely, they would still be struggling at the bottom of the ranks. Currently, most of the veteran players in God's Domain were level 4, and a minority had reached level 5. However, there was nothing great about the equipment they were using. If veteran players were lucky, they might possess 1 or 2 pieces of bronze equipment that had good attributes. Only those expert players would possess 6 or 7 pieces of bronze equipment. On the other hand, every one of them now possessed 7 or 8 pieces of bronze equipment. Originally, this reason alone already caused them to be extremely grateful towards Shifeng. They all decided to continue following Shifeng. They never thought that Blackie would actually be willing to sign a contract with them, allowing them to join Zero Wing Workshop and become one of its official members. They could also enjoy a monthly salary of 4,000 credits. They were not just fools playing a game. They knew the treatment an official member received in other workshops. The treatment for official members of top-ranking workshops in the city only received a monthly salary of 3,000 credits. Even so, many veteran players would still try to worm themselves into these workshops in whichever way they could. Meanwhile, they were just a bunch of fresh noobs, yet they actually had a monthly salary of 4,000 credits. This situation was just like a dream to them. Although they requested to lower the treatment they received, Blackie had firmly rejected all of them. He had said that Shifeng had personally declared it as such, and no changes were permitted. Helpless, they could only sign the contract, becoming official members of Zero Wing Workshop. Although they looked well off now, deep in their hearts, they were very clear about their own strengths. It was practically impossible for them to get invited to a workshop. It would be a good thing if they could even become outer members, not to mention official members. Shifeng swept a glance at everyone's equipment. Based on his many years of experience, he could roughly estimate an equipment's attributes. The basic attributes of the equipment his party members were wearing had definitely exceeded the elite members of many small guilds. However, it was still not enough. Let's make a trip to the warehouse first. Everyone was confused. What were they going to do at the warehouse? However, they did not question Shifeng's decision, only following him. Arriving at the bank, Shifeng retrieved all the equipment that could be used by his party members. He obtained all of the equipment from the treasure chests he opened in the Moonlight Forest. Every piece of the equipment had extremely good attributes. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the equipment. They had ceaselessly grinded monsters and had even killed quite a few elites. Yet, all of their gains combined could not even rival the equipment Shifeng had obtained by himself. The quality was, of course, much higher. It was all level 5 bronze equipment, surpassing the level 2 or level 3 equipment they obtained by leaps and bounds. Brother Feng, how many elite monsters did you actually kill? Blackie's heart was filled with shock. However, he did not remain courteous as he swapped all his equipment that could be swapped. After doing so, the set of equipment on his person was just slightly weaker than a level 5 bronze set equipment. However, the level 5 mysterious iron staff he wielded easily made up for this gap. The other party members also fully swapped out their equipment. Their basic attributes right now far surpassed those of the elite members of large guilds. Every one of them had exchanged their shotguns for cannons. Even if they were to enter a 20-man dungeon right now, they would still be full of confidence. Shifeng examined through everyone's attributes once, nodding his head in satisfaction as he said, "Let's go." Chapter 97, Gathering of Heroes. Dark Moon Valley, Dark Moon Graveyard. Countless tombstones stood around a dilapidated chapel. In the midst of night, one could hear wails of agony coming out from the tombstones. Meanwhile, kobold assassins roamed the dark and hidden locations around the broken-down chapel. This place was the most famous location of Dark Moon Valley. Due to this place being the closest and the first 20-man team dungeon activated near Red Leaf Town, it held high importance to the many guilds stationed in Red Leaf Town. Compared to the previous 6-man party dungeon, the various guilds were paying the most attention to this team dungeon. That was because team dungeons and party dungeons were different. Not only was the difficulty for team dungeons higher, but the equipment that dropped from them was also better. Moreover, only by clearing a team dungeon would a guild be able to prove their strength. Aside from that, there was a gigantic glory list beside the teleportation gate of every team dungeon. On it, the names of the team and players who obtained the first clear for the dungeon would be listed for latecomers to admire. Of course, aside from the first clear, the record for the fastest to clear the dungeon would also be recorded, with the reserved record set at 3 hours. As long as a team surpassed the record time, their names would be recorded. However, this record was not permanent, but only temporary. As long as another team could obtain an even shorter record time, they would replace the current holders of the record. Currently, players filled all of the Dark Moon Graveyard. Aside from the various large guilds from Red Leaf Town, there were plenty of temporary groups attempting to challenge this team dungeon. Wow. It's just as expected of the competition for the first clear of the team dungeon. The equipment on these guys is just too gorgeous. Our temporary group has no chance of competing against them at all. That's only natural. Why don't you look at just how many times these guilds have cleared the level 3 to level 4 party dungeons? Even the team belonging to the weakest guild here would have 7 to 8 pieces of bronze equipment on each party member. Look at Martial Union over there. All of their members are wearing bronze equipment. Their leader, Ironsword Lion, is wearing the Wolf Fong set equipment that can only be obtained from the level 4 dungeon, Black Wolf's Denver. Ironsword Lion's equipment could be considered quite good amongst the unrated guilds. However, look over there at the third-rate guild, Heaven's Crowns. The equipment on their elite team's vice leader, Passenger of Wind, is the Spirit Wind set equipment obtained from the level 4 advanced dungeon, Ghost Fortress. The players of temporary teams gazed at the equipment of the guild teams in envy. They spoke about the items as if enumerating their own family's valuables, and the more they spoke, the more drool leaked out from the corner of their mouths. Only the elite parties of guilds could clear those high-difficulty party dungeons. Unaffiliated individuals like themselves could only look on with envy. Just as everyone was sighing in admiration at the equipment of these elite teams, Stabbing Heart of Assassins Alliance led a group of players over. The equipment of the group was extremely unified. All 20 players wore the same level 4 bronze equipment. Amongst them, the 2 silver daggers hung around Stabbing Heart's waist looked extraordinarily radiant. Crap, it can't be, right? Those are Gemini's thorns that only drop from the final boss of the hard mode of Ghost Fortress. An assassin who was a dagger fanatic cried out in shock. Suddenly, the team leaders and upper echelons of the other guilds all cast sidelong glances over to Stabbing Heart. This design and color were exactly the same as the information displayed on the official announcement. As expected of a second-rate guild, the Assassins Alliance's strength cannot be taken lightly. They managed to clear the hard mode of Ghost Fortress without anyone noticing. Meanwhile, until now, we have merely killed off the first boss of hard mode. Passenger of Wind sighed with regrets. Humph. So what if they manage to clear the hard mode? We will still start from the same starting point from now on. The difficulty of a team dungeon is not something a party dungeon can compare to. Clearing it depends more on the commands given. Ironsword Lion wrinkled his brows, snorting in disdain. He believed that his own techniques were no weaker than Stabbing Heart's. If he had not been ambushed by that Yi Feng, causing him to lose a level, the party he led might have been able to clear the hard mode of Ghost Fortress. Interesting, when Shadow's leader, Zhang Luowei, heard the discussions of the other guilds, a faint smile appeared on his face. He was immensely arrogant, as if he did not place importance on any of these players. The various guilds present were unwilling to comply with each other. After all, God's domain had only recently begun. Nobody would know what the future would bring. The Assassins Alliance was only this powerful due to their strong initial foundation. However, the first clear for the Dark Moon Graveyard could not be obtained just by relying on a strong foundation. At best, the Assassins Alliance would only have a minor advantage over the other guilds. The first clear of this team dungeon this time around was considered a shuffling of power in Red Leaf Town. Whoever obtained the first clear would increase their prestige in Red Leaf Town, improving their guild's development. It would have a great effect on attracting new players to join their guilds. Everyone looked at the time. There was still over 20 minutes before the opening of Dark Moon Graveyard. They all stood by a side, patiently waiting. Sister Snow, this place is really lively. Xiao Yuer giggled, pulling on Gentle Snow's delicate arm as she took a look at her surroundings. Gentle Snow nodded. She looked around with an indifferent face, her expression as cold as ice. She did not pay any attention to the guilds present. Instead, she was looking for a certain someone. Although Gentle Snow and her group kept a low profile when they arrived at the Dark Moon Graveyard, everyone's sights still unconsciously turned towards the group, including the upper echelons of the various guilds. They still possessed the chance to compete in the case of second-rate guilds. However, it was but a fleeting dream for them to compete against a first-rate guild. The main reason being the gap between a first-rate guild and a second-rate guild was just too wide. Not only was there a difference in the number of players in the guild, but there was also the difference of the quality of players and fundings. Just by standing in this place, Gentle Snow caused a great pressure to loom over the upper echelons of the many guilds present. As for the cause for this pressure, aside from the disparity between their guilds, the disparity between personal strength was also one of the causes. As long as one played virtual reality games, they would certainly know of the Snow Goddess. However, this name was not praise for Gentle Snow's stunning complexion, but for her frightening strength. As expected of the Snow Goddess, the equipment on her body is likely the most top-notch equipment available to players at this stage of the game. Stabbing Heart inwardly admired the silver-red battle armor that Gentle Snow wore. This was the Flame Light set equipment that could only be obtained from the level 5 advanced dungeon, Lava Cavern. The Assassin's Alliance was never able to clear this dungeon. Moreover, this Flame Light set was a mysterious iron set equipment that would only drop from the hard mode of the dungeon. The set equipment was much better than any other equipment, not to mention the crimson-colored Flame Spirit Greatsword in Gentle Snow's hands. That was a level 5 secret silver two-handed sword. The weapon itself could easily overwhelm his pair of mysterious iron-ranked Gemini's thorns. The pressure this set of equipment gave off to the other experts present was enormous. In addition to Zhao Yueru and Xiao Yueru's mysterious iron equipment, Gentle Snow's group practically flattened everyone else at the Dark Moon Graveyard. How are these experts supposed to compete against Gentle Snow's group now? Why isn't he here yet? After taking a look around, a faint layer of frost appeared on Gentle Snow's face as she was unable to discover Shifeng's figure anywhere. Ah, Snow, that guy must have known that he would just humiliate himself, so he didn't dare show up. Why don't we just call a few more members over? Zhao Yueru stuck out her impressive twin peaks, laughing delightfully. Gentle Snow gave Zhao Yueru's words some thought. The first clear for the Dark Moon Graveyard was extremely important. If Shifeng really was not coming, then she should be making some preparations ahead of time. Just as Gentle Snow was prepared to contact her subordinates, Shifeng and his party ran over. Sorry, I've made you all wait. Shifeng scratched his head, apologizing. Although he hurried over, the distance was just too far. Moreover, they had met a level 5 extremely rare elite on the way here, so they had wasted some time. Chapter 98, Whetstone Recipe. After not meeting for just more than a day, Shifeng discovered that Gentle Snow and the others of her group had changed their equipment. All of them were wearing gorgeous equipment. The level 5 Flame Light set equipment all of them were wearing was the best team equipment currently available. With this equipment, as long as the team leader commanded properly, they would definitely conquer the normal mode of Dark Moon Valley after familiarizing themselves with the dungeon. Regarding the Dark Moon Graveyard, even if Shifeng now possessed a full suit of Silver Moon set equipment, he still had quite a lot of requirements. For instance, the advanced Whetstone recipe. This was the strengthened version of the Whetstone. The recipe for this item could only be obtained from team dungeons. Moreover, only bosses of the dungeon would have a chance of dropping it. You still remembered to come? That's enough. Since you're already here, leave your party, and we'll reform the group. Zhao Yueru originally wanted to taunt Shifeng, but Gentle Snow stopped her a step earlier. Gentle Snow was still slightly angry from before, but after sweeping a glance at Shifeng, she shockingly discovered that Shifeng had reached level 6. Currently, the level 6 players in all of Red Leaf Town were top-tier players. Previously, when she met Shi Feng, his level was nothing special. It was just below average. Now that he was able to catch up to such a degree, one could see that Shi Feng's leveling speed was extremely fast. As for Blackie and the others standing behind Shi Feng, all of them were level 5. They were also fully geared with bronze equipment, and such a standard was relatively good amongst temporary teams. Shi Feng's party then disbanded, all of them joining Gentle Snow's team. All of the surrounding guilds and players saw Shi Feng join Gentle Snow's team. Judging from the equipment of Shi Feng's party, it was obvious that Shi Feng and the others were not members of Ouroboros. However, it was extremely odd that they were still able to join Gentle Snow's team and enter the dungeon together. The equipment worn by Shi Feng's party did not seem very high-leveled. They wore only scattered pieces of bronze equipment, not that different from the equipment of a temporary team. This was the important struggle for the first clear of a team dungeon. Was Gentle Snow so confident in being able to easily obtain it that she'd invite a group of people like this? Only Stabbing Heart knew of Shi Feng's strength. Now that both powerhouses had joined, the competition for the first clear of the Dark Moon Graveyard had just become much harder. "Brother Zhang, that's the brat that set up our men," Flaming Tiger hatefully commented when he saw Shi Feng. "So, it is him?" Zhang Luowei raised his brows. He could not help but pay more attention to Shi Feng. He then said in a deep tone, "Since he has some connection with the Snow Goddess, try not to stir up trouble with them in the future. I don't wish for us to go against a first-rate guild right now." Being able to wipe out Flaming Tiger's group, and having a connection with the Snow Goddess, this person was not that simple. He still needed to do some investigations of this person. If this person had just joined the Snow Goddess by chance, he would definitely make this person pay for his actions. "Yes, I understand, Brother Zhang." Flaming Tiger glared at Shi Feng, only gritting his teeth as he answered. However, it was a different situation on the side of Martial Union. Every member of Martial Union could not help but wish they could get rid of Shi Feng right that instant. It was especially true for Iron's Word Lion. Previously, he put out the word that he would kill Shi Feng back to level 0. Now that he saw Shi Feng had already reached level 6, one level higher than Iron's Word Lion himself, he felt extremely humiliated. What is that group of assassins doing? They actually allowed him to wash away his red name, and even rise to level 6. Just the fact that Shi Feng was standing in this place, unscathed, caused the light on Iron's Word Lion's face to fade. His face turned crimson from anger, saying, "Immediately contact the party of assassins." What exactly is going on here? "Boss, what's up?" one of the assassins standing guard in front of the hotel asked. "What's up?" Iron's Word Lion nearly suffocated from anger when he heard those words. He bellowed, "I told you all to pay attention to Yi Feng, yet what have you all been doing?" "Boss, we've constantly been keeping an eye out for him. However, Yi Feng has not set foot outside the hotel. I'm guessing that he must be afraid," the assassin said, puzzled. "You've constantly been keeping an eye out for him? Then you tell me, who is this person that I am looking at?" Iron's Word Lion sent a screenshot, asking coldly. "Impossible. We've really been constantly keeping an eye out for Yi Feng, and he never came out." The assassin, immediately dumbfounded, looked at the screenshot. "You're a bunch of rubbish that can't even keep watch over a single person. Get out of Martial Union immediately. I don't wish to see you any longer." Rage completely flooded Iron's Word Lion's mind. Shortly after, he turned to glare at Shi Feng, saying to his subordinate, "Call some men over, as many as you can. After they're done with the dungeon, I want him dead immediately." "Boss Iron's Word, this wouldn't be a good move, right? No matter how you put it, he still has some connection with the Snow Goddess. If we create a bad relationship with Ouroboros, it would be detrimental to the development of our guild," a druid said. "Out in the streets, we live by depending on our reputation. Now that someone has stomped our reputation to the ground, who cares about anything else?" Iron's Word Lion said in disdain, "So what if she's the Snow Goddess? She still hasn't met this daddy right here. I don't believe that a stupid skank like her could do much to me. If she knows how to be tactful, I can still give her some face. If not, then I'll kill her back to level 0 as well. Boss is right. God's domain just has slightly more players. How prestigious was it during those years that we swept across Martial World? Now, we can also sweep across God's domain just like before. What should we be afraid of? The players that had constantly followed Ironsword Lion all voiced out their agreements, all of them releasing the aura of a mad dog from their bodies. In their opinion, one had to be fierce when playing virtual reality games. Compared to wuxia games, God's domain merely had more players. Moreover, they had to take into consideration so many problems every single day. What good was worrying about each and every little thing? Won't everything be solved if they just killed these first-rate guilds into submission? They had only depended on being fierce to succeed in the previous wuxia game they played, and it would be the same in God's domain. Only the druid, who had only recently joined, helplessly shook his head. These people were insane. Shifeng did not notice the movements of Martial Union. He only discussed the matter of cooperation with Gentle Snow. The items dropped from the dungeon will be distributed according to job requirements. If both sides require the same equipment, then there should be no problem if we just roll for it, right? We don't have any problems with the distribution of equipment. However, I want priority over the recipes and materials for lifestyle jobs. Shifeng's goal in coming here was the advanced whetstone recipe, while equipment didn't really matter to him. Don't forget that we are the ones who will be carrying you through the dungeon. Moreover, do you know how valuable the recipes for lifestyle jobs are? After hearing Shifeng's words, Zhao Yueru stamped her feet in anger, bellowing like a fierce tigress. The other members of Gentle Snow's team were also feeling aggrieved. Shifeng and his party were just a group of wild players. They were already extremely benevolent by rolling to distribute the equipment. Despite that fact, Shifeng was still trying to take advantage of them. Brother Feng, your request is going slightly overboard. In any case, our equipment is slightly weaker than theirs, and even just clearing the dungeon would be a problem for us. So why don't you change your requirements? Blackie advised. Although their equipment was very good, compared to the set equipment of these people, they were clearly still a step behind. Being able to roll for equipment was already a good condition. Going further to compete over recipes for lifestyle jobs. Nobody would be willing to concede to such a request. To put it bluntly, even without them joining, Gentle Snow's team could similarly clear the Dark Moon Graveyard. Shifeng shook his head. He would not mind if it were any other recipes. However, he would not concede even a single step for the advanced whetstone recipe. He also could not reveal any specifics to avoid attracting the suspicion of others. After all, before a team dungeon was conquered, the official website would not reveal any information about its drops. 20-man dungeons would only refresh once every 3 days. There were only that many team dungeons nearby, and every one of them was extremely precious. The earlier Shifeng obtained the advanced whetstone recipe, the earlier he would obtain an advantage over the other players. To a workshop like theirs that lived on the edge, they had even more reasons not to concede. Gentle Snow, who had an ice-cold expression, also opened up her mouth this time around, saying, "Recipes for lifestyle jobs are extremely important to our guild. Your request, I cannot agree to it." They are tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.